Oh my god, I'm not even on screen. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hold on, I got this. I got this, guys. Give me a second. I'll be on screen very soon. And there I am. Lovely. Okay. Don't know why I wasn't on screen, but I wasn't. So, update in case you didn't see my tweet or not my Discord. We got the capture card yesterday, but it's different than how my Elgato capture card works, so we had to do some things, and neither of my monitors have HDMI ports, so I have to buy another adapter thingy. And Gil was like, we could buy one now, get it from Amazon, and it be here and it might not work. Or we can go to the store and get one. It'll be a little bit more expensive, but we can get it to work. And we know for sure it'll work. So we're just gonna go to the store. We have so much to do Saturday now, because we're gonna do our Valentine's date on Saturday. But I also need to figure out some stuff with like taxes, because like I am disabled, so I get disability money, and once I get my payout from Twitch, which they lowered, by the way, like what, I didn't know when they lowered it where I could just get my payout like that soon, but I'm almost at the minimum from before, so I think that's when I'll do my payout. So I need to talk to a tax person about that, because I don't want to go to jail. That, and or I don't want my disability money to disappear, because I need it. This is not a lucrative career choice right now, but one day I hope it will be. But until then, I'm gonna need my disability payments and checks before, since I can't like work either. I want to try doing work, but I need my treatments to stop first, because those are in the way of me working. But like honestly, I would rather do this as my career, but again, I haven't popped off yet. One day I'll pop off. Speaking of popping off, I have 27 subscribers on YouTube. I know it's not a lot, but it's more than I had last year. Also, thank you for following, Jinosuke. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Oh, look at your little emotes. Those are so cute. Ooh, what's this? Hold on. What's this little direct relief charity 2018? Oh shit. That's what's up. Yeah, I was just talking a little bit before I start streaming. Before I finally get into the game. I was updating about my capture card. So I got a cord. Yeah, back to that. Saturday, we're gonna go to the store, go do my like tax stuff, go see a tax person, and hopefully go bowling. And then today a cord should arrive for my old capture card, the Elgato one, because I'm thinking maybe it's the captured like the USB-C cord, because that's what it was doing last time. So I don't want to use this capture card that I just bought. This is a backup in case the capture card is just, the Elgato one's just completely shit. I don't want to use it, but I'm gonna buy a HDMI port thingy in case, just in case, you know. So yeah, that cord, the USB-C cord for the Elgato should be here sometime today. I'm hoping sooner than later, but it seems like it's gonna be later. So hopefully though, we can if it's here and everything's working, hopefully tomorrow I can bring Animal Crossing back, because we have a lot to do, we have a lot to discuss. And if that's the case, then tomorrow will be my long Animal Crossing stream, because we have a lot to do. Other than that, we will continue with this game, and if I still can't get it to work, then we will continue playing this game, because we have like what, 4 life stages. We only completed 1 life stage. I'm so excited, because beyond this point I haven't really played much beyond this point. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's do it. You can't see my hand, but my hand is like doing a thing. Yeah, you guys excited? I'm excited. Ooh. I was like, why did that do that? It's because we're here. Okay. So I'm thinking right now, we're more relaxed. We're more relaxed with Cove now. Or should we be nervous? Does he make us nervous? No, he makes us. We're okay. We have a crush though. I am moving us up to crush. I am. Cause I see it. I see it for us. I see it. You guys ready? Yes, I know. We'll be able to choose step 3. Customize Cove. Oh. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Should we customize Cove or should we just let it be? I want to see how he turns out, so I'm not going to customize Cove. We're not customizing Cove. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Who likes going to classes if you're not in elementary school? I mean, that's when I started liking school. I liked school in elementary, and then I moved, and I hated school. So there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever, ooh, I got a thing. Starting step 2 using the crush interest level. Okay, cool. Why is my stream so far behind? I don't like that. Hold on. I'm on window capture. It looks so far behind on here. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of this. Yucky, gross. We'll just continue. Gil did something with my stuff yesterday, and I don't know how to fix it, so we're just gonna be stuck with it. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Aww, how cute. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Aw. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. I hate how far behind this is. Oh my god, I hate this so much. It seemed like Cove... I have to fix this. I don't know how to fix this, but I have to fix this. It's bothering me because usually it didn't do this before. Stupid boy touching my stuff, making things weird. Hold on. Because he did something here. Webcam. Is it because of the webcam? Is that it? What did he do to my shit? I'm gonna delete this. Okay. I'm gonna see if that did anything. Okay, it made... Bless. Deleting that filter made things better. Okay, anyway. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again. But Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Hold on. It's still behind some. It's bothering me. Is this bothering anyone else, or is it just me? I don't like it. I'm gonna try to ignore it. Hold on. How do I get rid of this so I don't see it? I don't want to see it. What is this? Yeah. We'll keep that there because I don't want to see it. Wait, I want to move this down. Move this back down. Boo! I have to move this down to see chat. Boring. Hate it. You know what? I'm gonna do that. That way I don't have to see the screen. I can just move chat. Chat's right here. Beautiful. Okay. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Burn more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Aw. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. Fuck Elizabeth. I don't care what she says. Toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room have been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It felt weird to see him without it initially. He had this cast off for years at this point now. What do you mean? It makes it seem like he just got the cast off. When we were 8, he said he was getting the cast off in a few weeks, and now we're 13. Why are they making it seem like he's just getting this cast off? Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and other academic situations. Oh, get it. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Aw. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. That's so sad. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things because became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. Okay. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were too old for that word. Aww, there's no longer mommy. Sometimes I call my mom mommy. Sometimes. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. I hate that. I hate when your best friend, your sibling, grows up and leaves you for other people. I mean, I don't have to worry about that anymore because I'm an adult. I don't really give a shit what my brother's doing sometimes. But still, it hurt when I was younger. I hate the way this looks too, oh my gosh. Maybe I'll just have to suffer. Maybe I'll just have to suffer. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay that I suffer a little bit. Let me move this up though. Something about this right now is messing with me. And I don't know why. I don't know why it's messing with me. Oh well. Hold on, maybe that's why. I was like, something's missing. It is missing, and I can't figure it out right now. Like, I know what's missing, but I can't figure it out. There you go, that was missing. Okay, we can continue again, sorry. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was, his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Oh, look at my room. Looks sick. Looks dope as hell. I'm loving it. I'm loving the colors. Loving the bedspread. Glad I got me a full bed and not a little baby bed anymore. And I got my own computer. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know what HTWI023G means, but it must mean something. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were... What was I? Snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head out. I'm snuggled up in bed. Fuck summer. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for the intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Go away. You pretend to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore. I'm still pretending to be asleep. That's the best way to do it. If they even know that you're awake at all in any way, that's when they'll start talking to you more. Just pretend. Just keep sleeping, okay? It's okay. You stayed wrapped up in your blankets, not moving an inch with your eyes closed peacefully. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Come on, I know you heard me. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy's at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. Oh my gosh. Does she know about the crush? Oh my gosh. So come down already. I'll be there when I'm there. You're not gonna be mean to me this early in the morning, Elizabeth. It's probably like 10 a.m. That's still early. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and left, having done what was instructed of her. Why do I have to take the present? Elizabeth is already up. Get her to do it. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hadn't even fit in the frame. You're very tall. I'm not tall. Your reflection over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. You're average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mountain. I mean, there's open real estate. I am pretty short. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people. What? No. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You liked your height, you weren't sure how to feel about it, you were kind of self-conscious over it. I like my height. It suited you well in your mind. Honestly, I wish I was just a little bit shorter. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit when ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. Oh, how cute. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. Second chance? Why is it second chance? I'm trying to see if this is synced up. I feel like my audio and my captions are not synced up together. We just have to deal with that. I'm sorry I can't be perfect, guys. I try. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which what she was pursuing though. Morning, Mom. She looked over at you, her greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Look at Mom. She looks so different with her hair up. Get it, girl. Good morning, Princess. Thank you for coming down. Mom's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? Where's he going? You nodded and made your way in the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I would not have thought anything different. I was like, this is her natural hair color. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached for her, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. Bite her. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. I tilted my body aside to dodge. Ma didn't bother trying to catch you. She simply smiled. You're the last one down today. You know that. Life isn't a race. Morning, I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. I was gonna say longer, so you're welcome. I gotta be sassy. I'm a teenager. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. You're welcome. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Boo! We should have made him over. The Cove in my personal game, he looks so cool. I'm being so mean to Cove. Cove, it's okay. It's okay. You look how you look, and that's okay. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment. He shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived there, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, and there was some nervousness to it. Hey, you smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have difficult feelings. Oh my gosh. You were starting to have different feelings for him. Oh my gosh. Hey, it's nice to see you. Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. Oh, do we have? Oh, interesting. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. So why did I have to come all the way downstairs to get this gift when I was upstairs and everybody else was downstairs? Your hands are not full. Just get the gift. Why do I have to do this? I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. Oh, get his little lizard shirt. He was not wearing this on my personal one, and he didn't have glasses either. Did he have this beaded necklace though? He might have had this beaded necklace. Who knows? Not me. I mean, I do, but I don't. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You're too cute sometimes. No, I'm not gonna say that. Thanks. Could you tell your dad we liked the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Do we still have the $40 or did we spend that? That's what I want to know. And can we get more money? Can we extort more money from Mr. Holden? He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird. You didn't like him, he was great. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. I'm not going to say that, okay? He was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look of Cove as both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. Oh, is this Derek? It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. You were displeased at the sight of him. I'm confused at the sight of him. I'm not displeased. I'm not happy. Why are you here? You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, look at him, his little not baseball, oh my gosh, his football jersey. After stopping a few steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Aw, Derek's so cute. You know, he has his own DLC. It's like $5. I would buy it, but we're doing a Cove route, so we're gonna have to wait. If I play this again, then we'll probably do a Derek route, because he's just, look at him, he's so cute. He's adorable. Hey, guy and pal. And pal, okay, thanks. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Princess's place. Do you ever spend time at your own home, or are you always just there? Can you chill, Derek? Can you chill a bit, please? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was gonna say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later. Derek drew more excited by your words bouncing on the walls of his feet. Listen, I'm not gonna eat that fruit. I don't like when my fruits touch. And there's probably not even any fruits that I like in this arrangement, so I'm not gonna say no. They made me come out of my room to get this food here, to get this bouquet. So you know what? Fuck my family. If they wanted this fruit so bad, they should have took it. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Boo! I don't want any more kids. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. Fuck this kid. I know this kid because I played this part, but I didn't play any of the other memories. Well, I did. I played like 1 or 2 other memories. But fuck this kid that we're about to see. I hate him. I hope he stubs his toe. Hope he gets diarrhea. Hope he trips down the stairs. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your long-term neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you got here, anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? Look at his little face. Oh my gosh. Stop staring at me like this. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, not that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go. But what do you say? Let's go find Cole's lookalike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw, the mystery visitor was going in this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The 3 of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Oh, going to the beach. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spied the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey, guy! Over here! Look at this little bitch. I hate this dude. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? Maybe it is keeping up, and because I'm not on the screen, it's being weird. Maybe that's what it is. Hold on. Give me a quick second. Give me a quick second. Maybe this is why this is happening. No, hold on. Let me save. We're gonna save here. We're gonna go to menu. And I'm gonna do something. Config. Windowed. Whatever that was. Okay, yeah. Continue.
What?
Don't say what to me like that, you twerp. Let me adjust this. Because yesterday I was playing in windowed mode. I definitely was playing in windowed mode. And that's probably why the screen wasn't keeping up with me. At least that's what it looked like. It wasn't keeping up with me. So let me just adjust this real quick. You don't see anything happening right now. You're completely ignoring this. And everything's just fine. Everything's fine now, right? Right. What is this? Okay. Bing boom, bing boom, bing boom. Oh my god, look at that. Pipsappy! Welcome in! How are you doing? Are you dandy like always? I hope so, and if you're not, what's keeping you from being dandy? Who's ruined your day? I hope your day's not ruined. Okay. Now everything looks normal again. I don't know what was happening and why it looked weird. Let's continue. What is... Hold on, let me give him an annoying voice.
What? What is that? What do you want?
That's what he sounds like to me. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name?
Jeremy. Was that it?
No. I'm Derek. That's Princess and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. Oh. I keep doing that sometimes. I keep like touching the scroll wheel. You're quite dandy indeed, like always. Ooh, finished dinner, your daily workout, not just chilling for the rest of the evening. How am I? I'm anxious, and I'm sleepy, and I don't know why. But we're here, I'm avoiding my responsibilities. I should have washed the dishes, I should have done laundry, but did I? No. Am I going to? Eventually, but not today. And that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes we need to avoid our responsibilities. What'd you have for dinner? Was it the lasagna again? What do you do when you work out? I need to work out, but I don't. I should, but I don't. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then.
They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it.
What?
My parents.
Look at this bitch. Don't you want to deck him right in his little stupid face? Same lasagna. I see. You got a bunch of stuff left in the fridge. Do you eat leftovers? Apparently you eat leftovers. Sometimes I eat leftovers, but it depends what the leftovers is, what they are. But if they're like something that I wouldn't want to eat again, we don't have leftovers. Like when I'm at my mom's house, not my mom's, oh my gosh, I'm at my grandma's house, there's always leftovers in the refrigerator, and it's so annoying because it stays there for forever and then nobody eats it. But here at Gil's house, we don't have leftovers. We have one food meal a day, and if it's good or like takeout, then we'll have leftovers. But we typically don't have leftovers here. You have an exercising bike in your living room, and you usually ride it daily while watching TV. I used to do that. Specific memory, we had an exercise bike in the spare room. This was when I was middle class. Right now I'm poor. I'm destitute. Well, I'm not destitute, but almost. But when I was middle class, we had an exercise bike in the spare room. And I would watch Wizards of Waverly Place, and I would ride it. I just ride the bike. I should have an exercise bike, but they're so big and bulky. I have Ring Fit. I was thinking maybe of doing a Ring Fit stream, but then And then it would probably be the most embarrassing thing ever because I'm just so out of shape. You would hear everything. You'd hear all the bones cracking. You'd probably hear me wheezing. Probably hear me having an asthma attack. Hearing my inhaler puffs. You used to cook every day, but it's much easier to cook once or twice in a week. Yeah, it is. It is, but unfortunately we have to cook every day. Except for when we don't cook. But we need to be saving money. We really do need to be saving money because we're not thriving right now. Sounds like entertainment. It'd be a lot. I'd have to move my chair. This heater thingy's in the way. It's like attached to the wall. So I'd have to move my monitor probably. Yeah. I could use this monitor over here. You can't even see what I'm pointing at. So I'd use my second monitor and I'd have the chat and everything on my first monitor. I would just switch it. I mean, it could be done, just not well. It could be done. Maybe I'll do it eventually. We'll see how I feel next month.
My parents are the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Oh my god, if I could read. Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. Don't be mean to Derek. Oh my gosh. And this is why we don't trust boys with J names. Jeremy ain't shit. I didn't know a Jeremy. He was really cool. He's not like famous. He should be famous. But you know, he became a meme. Shout out to Jeremy. I hope you make it in the world. You're a cool dude. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. Hey, don't knock my city. Don't knock my town. That's an
understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore.
I saw you. You do you. I will do me. You do you. Everybody, do you. Be you. BARBIE, Barbie girl.
My parents' family is nearby. We just had to come see them. Ugh.
If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? Not necessarily. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else?
No!
Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. I hope I never see this kid a day in my life after this scene, but I probably will knowing this game.
They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much, and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself.
Why? Why aren't you allowed to be by yourself?
It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid.
What is your life, Jeremy? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't care. You shouldn't talk to your parents like that. I don't give a fuck how he talks to his parents. It's not my friend. I don't gotta check him. The world will check him. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining. I think I might pick that one. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? No, someone said this to me before. Actually, by someone, it was one of my crushes. And it pissed me off so bad. She's like, I don't even eat cereal. Why would you say that to me? At this point in my life, I did not eat cereal. Do I eat cereal now? Rarely. But it pissed me off. He was like, yeah, that's probably why you don't eat cereal, because someone peed in it. And the way I wanted to punch him in the throat. Like, don't ever speak to me again. But obviously, I had a crush on him. I'm very surprised my crush didn't go away once he said that to me. Anyway, we just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us.
Wow, why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did you want to come over and start flapping your gums at me about dumb stuff? No. Now you're gonna whine that this isn't what you wanted? Too bad, it's not my job to care.
Get off my playground. Oh, who says that? Teenage boys. How old were we? I think he was 16. I think we were like 15. We were 15 or 16. It was 10th grade. And I know this because that was the last year I went to that high school. Teenage boys, you know. Oh. Pretty baby girl 20. Hey, I love your username. What's up? Hi, how are you? Would you like me to call you Pretty Baby Girl 20? I will. I really love your username. I will call you Pretty Baby Girl every time. Hi, how are you? Thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said that. You turned to Cove lowering your voice. Hold on, where am I? There we go. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have heard. Oh my god. Why am I skipping words? Can I not read today? Did God put my brain in the freezer? What is happening to me? Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed. It is so hot in this room. Give me a second. Stupid? You're stupid. I must get out of my Snuggie because it is hot. It's snowing right now. It's snowing right now, so the heater thinks that I need the heat on, and it doesn't think that I could just put a blanket on. So let me take that off. I am back. Hold on, give me a second. You're doing good. Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well as well. It's struggle city out here, but we're doing our best. We are doing our best.
Huh? Of course you're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid.
But your hair is. Your hair is stupid. Who did your hair? Your mom? Just shaved? You should do better. You should do your own hair, in fact. So you're playing your favorite little game in the entire world? Do you really like this game? I played it like a few months ago and I didn't finish it. I got to like the teenage stage and I stopped after like a moment or two. So we're playing it. We're doing a full playthrough of it, and I'm so excited. I love it. I think this game is so cute. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. You want me to punch him for you, Cove? I'll do it. I'll punch him right in his stupid glasses. Your glasses are stupid, too. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? I picked this option the last time I played this. Don't listen to him, they're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of, I'm not gonna say they're kind of silly. I'm just gonna say his eyebrows are way cool. Oh, you have Jeremy's little rat. I hate this kid. I hope you eat something and then, I don't know. I hope it's not tasty. I was going somewhere with that, but I was like, wait, no. This is a child. I can't say that to them. Cove smiled weakly.
Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind.
Listen, I might have facial blindness, and I might wear glasses, but fuck you, Jeremy. We're about to fight. Insert Demi Lovato meme. I'm about to beat this bitch up. With your fist balled, you make a quick step forward. Like, bro, he's like nothing made... Like, bro, he's like, nothing made him like that. He's literally just like this because he's just... Exactly. I remember when I first met this dude, when I first played, I was like, bro, I'm gonna... You know what? You should. I'm about to kick his ass. He's not gonna talk about my crush Cove like this. He's not gonna sit here and be mean to my best friend Derek like this. But you only wanted to spook him. He was the one who started things. I'm ready to end them. Let's fucking go. He made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Honestly, I'm not like this in real life. I mean, I used to get bullied and picked on. And some girl tried to fight me. So I slapped her, and that was the end of it. No one's ever tried to fight me since. But if someone did try to fight me, it's on and popping. I can't just sit there and be like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna fight dirty. I will bite you. I will rip out your weave. Because most of the girls that have tried to fight me wore weave. I'm snatching them earrings out your ear for you. It's over. It's done. And I don't look like I can fight. But I don't fight fair, so... Derek's your second husband. He's so cute. You love him so much. He's so great. Such a gentleman. He'll treat you so well. Oh my god. Derek is so cute. I love him. That's my little baby. Your grandpa gave you advice that once punch a guy so they stop messing with you. You never punch anyone though. You see, apparently I'm just super easy to pick on. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just cute. Maybe I'm just cute and people are jealous. Did I read this already? I'm gonna read it again. He's made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. Good.
And that's all you can do about what I'm saying? It's just proving I were right. You're brainless.
Listen. You won't have that haircut in a few seconds. Just know that. Your bowl cut will be fucked up. You will love him more. He literally would think about you before he thinks about himself. He's that type of person because about your health than his own. I haven't gotten that far with Derek, but I think he's so cute. Just his design is so adorable. I would love to be his best friend forever. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wow. This is dumb.
Is he leaving? Get off my playground. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and sulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. Hold on. Sorry, I had to allow your message. He's a little pest. I hate this. You can say bitch. I'm pretty sure I have allowed bitch to be said. I curse her all the fucking time. I have a potty mouth. I have a sailor's mouth. You can curse. But if you don't want to curse and you prefer doing that, like closely cursing, that's okay too. I'm just saying you can curse. I curse all the time. But you know what would really improve the day? Popsicles. What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. I still have this? You completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Why not? Let's eat. Like I said earlier, if my moms wanted this fruit basket, they would have got it themselves and not woken me up to get it. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away. Am I sure? Of course I'm sure. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. None of these sound good, but I mean, I guess I'll eat a grape. There were 4 juicy grapes on a single skewer. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer, enthusiastically finishing it within moments. This is amazing. It tastes pretty nice, and this fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thingy makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. Honestly, he's not wrong. The Land Before Time made them trees look so good. And there was the scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them like there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I like Derek. He doesn't make me feel like a little kid every time I interact with him. Like, I don't know, if you ever like interacted with teenage boys, and you like grown up like around boys, and they make you, at least in America, they make you feel like you're so like immature for liking things that children like. Like, we're children, we should be liking things. Why are you liking things that aren't made for us? This era takes place in 2011. How old was I in 2011? I was 13. I was 13 in 2011. So yeah, I was at this age. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. See, this option, it just pisses me off. Like, yeah, it's for kids. You're a child. You were 10 in 2011? Oh my, you're so young. You're so young. You were born in the 2000s. I can't really talk. I'm like, what, 2-3 years older than you? I don't know. It just, whenever someone tells me they're born in the 2000s, it's just a shock to me. Like, they really made babies after the 90s? Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? I'm gonna say this one. He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Oh my gosh. Can I stop touching that button, please? Guess who got engaged? Oh my god, did you get engaged yesterday? Also, welcome in. Welcome in, Blues Break. Did you get engaged yesterday? What is this emo? I love it. Hold on. The Happy 43 Dumpy. That is a dumpy. I love it. Yeah, congrats. If it's you, congrats. If it's not you, congrats to the person that did get engaged. But oh my god, if you got engaged, technically the day before yesterday. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god. I'm so happy for you. You got a ring? You got a ring you want to show off? You can't post it in the chat, but like, oh my god, that's so cute. Please tell me everything about it. I want to know. We're still celebrating Valentine's Day because I still have my lights up. So please tell me. I love love. I love love. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat it all. It did help make you feel better. Eating it hadn't really made you feel better. I need to tell them we weren't supposed to eat it all. Oops is right, Derek. Really? What do you mean, Cove? Really? You literally brought it over. No, Sally, don't long distance, but I'll tell you, I'm just amazed. I'm shooked. I'm so happy for you. Sorry it's long distance though. That's how my friend's life is going. Cause she got married last year in September. But her husband's a civil engineer. So like he's always away and it's so lonely. It's so lonely for her. Long distance suck, but like once you're together it feels so nice. It does. She DM'd me a picture of pins and a marriage license with the caption us. That's so cute. So you actually have does she actually have the marriage license? Like you guys are like about to do this? Are you planning an actual wedding, or are you just gonna get like married out of court? Because I feel like I'm just gonna get married out of court. I'd love to have an actual wedding, but I know it's gonna piss me off too much to have a wedding. His mom's gonna piss me off. My mom's gonna piss me off. Everybody's gonna piss me off. I'm gonna piss myself off because I already know I'm gonna be a bridezilla. I already know. That show Bridezilla, that's about me. You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you were probably going to get in trouble. You could only accept it though. We're definitely gonna have a small wedding if possible. Otherwise, court. I see. I understand. What I'm thinking is court, and then we spend the money that we would have spent on the wedding on a honeymoon, because I want to go out of the country. I want to go to either South Korea or Tokyo, because I want to go to the theme parks. It looks so fun. You want a wedding party? I mean, I might have a bachelorette party, but like, I feel like the kind of party I would want, I'm not gonna get. An ad is gonna start in like 5 minutes, just giving you guys a warning. Hey, princess. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Well, he had it coming. Princess, that's so bad. I thought it was cool. Thank you, Cove. What? You're both crazy people. You knew Cove, no. You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you in Cove. Good, I like him too. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms, contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you ready for summer break? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? Great question. Hold on. The little incoming message is here. Let me just move that so I can see the chat. Your honeymoon would be weird if you could have it. Going to Germany just to show my wife all the best baked goods. That's cute though. That's not weird at all. Like I wish I wish Gil does not plan these things out. You know what I got yesterday for Valentine's Day? All I told him is that I wanted a card because he didn't get me a card for our anniversary. And I was like, that's all you really need to get me is a card, just to show that like you thought about me. So he got a card. He got it yesterday. And let me read where's the card? I have it. And he got me like 4 Reese cups. If there was only one piece of candy in the box, I'd let you have it. That's how much I love you, and the last piece is usually weird. Like, cute card, yeah. Love it. But like, he didn't even write anything in it. And then I was like, can you sign it at least? And then he wrote something in it once I gave him a pen. And like, it's really cute what he wrote, but it was like still the effort. I always get him a card during like special events. He's not good with holidays and stuff like that. But it's still like the thought, like at least think of me. But no, that's so cute that you want to go to Germany and like show her all the baked goods. I want baked goods. I like baked goods. Take me with you. I'm joking. You got flowers? Ooh, what kind of flowers did you get? I'm not a flower person. I have allergies for one, and two, I think flowers smell stinky. But I like looking at them. They're nice to look at. I just don't want flowers. I told him that. I was like, do not ever get me flowers, ever. Derek is too nice, Derek, please. I love Derek. Derek's so cute. You got a dozen red roses. Ooh. Germany is the place to go if you like baking. France too, but Germany has the most varieties of bread in Europe. How many varieties of bread are out there? How many breads are out there? I don't know. I kind of want to go. Like, I like eating foods, but I want a bun. Like, there's a specific bun. It's not like a dumpling, but it's like a bun, and it's squishy, and you break it, and it looks so good and chewy. Oh my god, it looks so heavenly, and I don't remember what it's called. But the buns are so good. I had it when I went to Disney 2 years ago, and it was so good, and I want it again. I would eat every day of my life. Rye bread is the only one for you. Even this rye bread, what does rye bread look like? Like, is it just like regular rye bread, or does it look like something else? Yeah, you'll tell your partner that you like different color roses, but they like, it's Valentine's Day, I'm gonna get you red. And I'm like, okay then. That's exactly how Gil is. Over 3,000. Oh my gosh. It's my life's mission now to taste all the breads. Every single bread, I gotta have it. I love bread. Bread has never done me wrong. Except for when you add cheese to it, that's when it's done me wrong. And when it's like super dry. You know what? I'm just lying here. Bread has done me wrong many times. It has. But I still love it. We're in a toxic relationship. Rye bread is pretty common in Germany. You know a little German? Yeah, don't you know like a million languages, Pippisappy? You like red roses, yellow roses, black and white, and yellow ones? Yeah, bread in moderation is great. No, never. Never in moderation. You eat all the bread every time. Screw moderation. Please eat your food in moderation, please. Don't be me. I mean, it just feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Finnish, Swedish, German, English, and the Russian letters. I know English, and a little bit of Korean, but not enough to have a conversation. Because I forgot everything that I knew. I forgot every single thing I knew from Korean. And I know a little Japanese, but not enough to have a conversation. I just picked it up from anime. Yes? Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey, princess! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cole ran off with that thing Mr. Holden brought for us. Like I said, if she wanted it, she should have took it herself. She was at the door. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose. Seriously, princess? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be all for us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. You know, English, Spanish, Portuguese, and a little bit of Chinese. Like, you can understand a little bit, but it's not, like, fluent. Oh my god, I completely forgot that I knew a little bit of French and Spanish, too. That's how much I don't think. My memory, terrible bad. Like I said, not enough to have a conversation. I can say very certain phrases, but, like, not enough where I'm, like, I can continue saying things. You watched the Serranos series and told yourself you'd never learn Spanish. It's too fast. Well, like, a lot of languages are, like, fast in conversations. I don't know a single slow language. Every language is fast. Sorry, Elizabeth, get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it while we weren't looking. I'll just say sorry. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. Not all placated. Placated? It's a word. It's one of those words. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. You followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I'm not running anywhere. I'ma stay. I ain't running nowhere. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out of the sand bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over at you. Come on, fugitive. You nodded, then gazed at the empty bouquet. How would you explain what happened? You know, you could tell them those boys ate it all. They bowed, so they didn't get to tell the story. Moms would never need to find out. Are you serious? She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. You know what? And that's exactly what I'm going to do. This is not the first time I've lied to my moms, and it probably will not be the last. But, like, if I'll be honest, whenever I play this, you thought about your 13-year-old self. But what would I do in, say, certain situations that take... in the certain situations, I'm thinking it too. But also... I'm also thinking it like that. Like I said, I said it last stream, but I'm not a good liar. I can't lie. But in this realm, in this universe that I'm in, I'm taking every opportunity to be a naughty child. When you and Elizabeth had returned earlier with the empty bouquet, Mom was bummed she didn't get anything. Ma consoled her with the promise to make her a fruit flower on her own later. Oh, that's sweet. Your 13-year-old self was a little rebel. My 13-year-old self was painfully shy and very sad. I was shy and sad and I didn't do anything ever. Your 13-year-old young self was a little rebel. It be like that. It do be like that. I didn't start rebelling until I was 17. I'm a late bloomer in terms of teenage rebellion. Except for that time I snuck out of the house. But like I didn't go far. I was literally just on my porch, you know? But I did that when I was 8. Elizabeth said nothing about how it came to be empty, and the event was dropped without question. You'd think they were just happy you and your sister seemed to be in good moods. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Ooh, a phone. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. We didn't have a house phone. Like, once we moved, I was 10 when we moved, so once we moved, we didn't have a house phone anymore. At least I don't remember having a house phone. I think for like the first 2 years after I moved, we had a house phone, and then we just didn't have a house phone anymore because everyone in the house had cell phones. So there was no need to have a house phone. I think that's what it was. You were such a little brat. You're sorry, just monsters. And then I started leaving the school secretly to go to get food and stuff, like across the street. I started doing that, like I said, at 17. I cried when I got in trouble. You start to drink Monsters. I prefer Red Bull. I've never had a Monster. I don't know why. I'm afraid I won't like it, so I just never get them. Your middle school was so annoying. Like, no one's allowed to leave off campus. No one's allowed to do anything. But there were some people before us who actually made a hole in a dent next to like the thing. It was a wide open field, so you're able to go down. So you and your friends, when everyone was not looking, you would go over there and go buy food. See, we weren't allowed to do that either. I don't think most middle schools allow you to go off campus. Some high schools might, but nowadays we weren't allowed to go off campus in high school. We snuck off campus. Unless you were going to a class at the community college, you were not allowed to go anywhere. Except me, sometimes I would get a ride home if I didn't have classes, because I'd only have class in the morning and then like all the rest of my classes would be online. So I was like, why the fuck am I here? I want to go home. I want to go goof off and play The Sims. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. Oh my gosh, Leandra! You didn't want to miss it accidentally. I love her. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, you moved and were closer to. They moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. Ooh, you had to wear uniforms. Oh, you went to one of those schools. Sucked. I was doing all this shit. You're just scared and you scraped your knee a lot. I'm sorry. My middle school didn't have uniforms, but both of my elementary schools, I went to like 4 different elementary schools. So the one I went to from kindergarten to 2nd grade, we had a uniform. 3rd through 4th grade, I went to a different school, had a uniform there. And then 5th grade, I went to a different middle school because that's the year that I moved. And that was the first time I was able to wear like regular street clothes. And I think I hated it. I think I preferred having a uniform. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close. You had a lot of girlfriends. She was my only friend. That's usually how it is. I had quite a few friends, but like they weren't like friends. They were friends. Like I thought they were my best friends, but some of them were talking shit behind my back. So it's like, okay, cool. Guess I don't have any friends. When you lived in England, you also had to wear a uniform. You were just all over the globe, Pippisepi. You were all over the globe. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. I am a any pronoun type of person. But you had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. I didn't really have a lot of friends either. You got scraped on your elbows and knees, scraped them a lot because whenever you went down to go to cross the street, there's like a big ditch and always got caught in something. Oh no. You tripped. Listen, I have so many scars because I'm just naturally clumsy, so I get it. I've had balls thrown at my head, sports balls. I don't know why, I just like my head's just a magnet for things to be thrown at. It just attracts objects. It has its own gravitational pull. Also, paying for food was weird. Oh, for like school lunches or something? Yeah, we have to pay for school lunches here, or we bring our own. I say that as if I'm still in school. I have not been in school in almost like 10 years. I graduated in 2016. 8 years? It's been 8 years since I was in school. Were the school lunches good at least? Because the school lunches here in America are shit. Unless you're like at a private school or something. I wouldn't know. I didn't go to private school. Mom always said the quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. Elizabeth, why do you care about my friendships? Mind your own. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. School lunches are free there? Ugh. You and your school, your political school system there, love that. Love that, because you got to go skiing. We didn't get to go skiing. You got free school lunches? Look at you go. Like your guy besties always carried bandages knowing damn well how much you got hurt. So he'd always bandage you up. That's so cute. That's friendship right there. That's friendship. My guy friends ain't shit. If you like skiing, sure. I mean, I've never been. I've never been skiing. I'd like to go once. Or would I? Because I'm terrified. I'm terrified of heights. So just like going on a slope, that would terrify me. I don't care if it's a baby slope. I'm going to scream. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. You learned that he had a crush on you. He had moved away somewhere else and you never talked to him again. Aww. Well, doesn't matter now. You're in a relationship, so... That's cute. It's cute. Then the shrill ringtone, yeah. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear, sorry. Lee, finally, who is it? Roger Residence, Princess speaking. Hello? Look at her, she's so cute. She looks like my friend. She looks like a friend I have in real life. And I'm like, this is totally her. This is totally her. Lee is totally my friend in real life. Hi, Princess, it's Lee. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of the boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Bless. Whenever you got hurt, he was like, are you okay? And you're fine. And he'd go get food to make you feel better. That's cute. Whenever I'm sad, Gil tells me to go get a little treat. And I mentioned this because it was like Christmas time, and I was really sad. I forgot why I was sad. Something had happened. So I went to the grocery store, and he was like, go get yourself a little treat. And what I do, I brought me back a little treat. Like a literal little treat. I got me a squishmallow named Ernesto, who was shaped like hot chocolate. And that's my little treat. And I also got one for Valentine's Day because I had a feeling he wasn't gonna get me shit. So I got another one with his money. And it's a hamster. I don't have a hamster one yet. It's purple and it's so cute. He was like, we don't have anywhere to put this. And I'm like, yeah, we do. I'll find a way. I'll find somewhere to put it. And I told him I would put it in my car. It'd be another car friend because I have another one in my car. I have a little bat named Gaines, and he hangs on my rearview mirror. But you know what? I feel like Bravo belongs here in the house. I really do. More more things in the house, so he'll be mad at me. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradled waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. I got my first cell phone at age 10. But it was a very good reason I have that cell phone. Because like I said, I moved to a new state at 10. And then I had friends, but they weren't really good friends. And they literally ditched me at nighttime at the mall. So I was just outside the mall by myself. And my dad was like, yep, nope, after this, you're getting a cell phone, but can only be used for emergencies. And you know what I did with that cell phone? I lost it the next year. And I'm so sad about that phone because it had all of my Naruto pictures on there. And it was sparkly and purple. And it was such a cute phone. It was a flip phone. I miss that phone so much. I miss my sparkly purple flip phone with my Sasuke background. You got your first phone at like 12. And it was more like a BlackBerry, but you didn't get your first touchscreen until you were 13. You also got your phone early on, probably because your dad used to work in Nokia. Oh snap, look at you with the connections. So that meant it was 2012, I think. That's when I was 10. No, it was 2008. Yeah, it was 2008 when I got my phone. And then I got an iPhone. Because after that phone, I didn't get a touchscreen. I had one of those phones that like flip up and there's a keyboard. I had one of those. That was my second phone. And I had that for a long time. And I don't think I got an iPhone until like I was 14. Yeah. And I got like, I think I had an iPhone 4 at that point. And then I got an iPhone 6. I got an iPhone 6 around like, when did I get that? I think I was like around 18 when I got an iPhone 6. And I had the iPhone 6 for the longest time, okay? And then last year, it bricked. It bricked, and I'm still so sad about that. And now I have an iPhone 11 and I hate it. I hate it so much. I wanted to get a new phone. I hate Apple. Fuck Apple. I want a Samsung and I want the flip phone so I can like pretend that I'm back in my youth. And then when I call Gil, I just flip it down and be like, fuck you, I won't talk to you anymore. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. You're about 10, about 21 years ago. Why are you old? I'm joking. Obviously, it's because time passes. The passage of time. I'm so sorry that we're both old now. You want to say, no, I'm just joking. You have a Samsung right now, you prefer it. I'm jealous. I am jealous of you. I will be taking your Samsung. Thank you. It is mine now. Old. Yeah, everyone's old to me. I'm old now to certain people. I will be 26 this year. And I am not looking forward to that. You know what 26 means? It means that I need to get my shit together very soon. That's what 26 means. You are, yeah. I know. You said you were born in 2001. I was like, a baby. 22, enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. Okay? I only say that because 22 was like the worst year of my life. I'm gonna be so fucking real with you. But at the same time, you're in like the highlight of your youth because you're no longer a teenager and now you're really considered an adult, but like you're a baby adult, so you still get away with some things. But like it's the sweet spot of being a baby adult. Because once you hit middle, I'm gonna say middle age as if I'm middle aged. I'm gonna be 26. When you're in the middle of your 20s, that's where you're like, damn, what the fuck have I been doing? And this is at the point you need to start getting your shit together, so that way you're in your 30s, you can be hot as fuck and be like, I'm a bad bitch. Nobody can tell me shit. And you got your shit together. That's the plan. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to work myself up there. It's gonna take a lot of time, but I got it. I got it. I promise you. I'm gonna have it. When you see me and I'm 30, I'm gonna be like, look at me. That's it. All I'm gonna say is look at me. Back in your day. Tell us about back in your day, Pippasepi. What was happening? What was the event you remember? Do you remember when Zayn left One Direction? Do you remember that? Because I do. It was 11th grade. It was 11th grade, and some girl that I did not like told me. I was like, how dare she talk to me about this? Like, she knew I liked One Direction. Honestly, I think she wanted to be my friend. But for some reason, her vibes were just off to me. I just did not like her. One Direction, yes. One Direction, famous boy band from England, One Direction. Harry, Zayn, Niall, Louis, Liam. Who was your favorite member of One Direction, and why was it Harry Styles? Everybody's favorite member is Harry Styles. I don't care what you say. Harry is my favorite member. I had 2 cardboard cutouts of this man. I had a miniature one, and it wasn't life size because at that time he was like 5'10" or something. Like 5'10" or 6 feet. I don't know how tall he is. I don't care anymore. But mine was like 5'5", and I'm short, so the cardboard cutout was taller than me. So technically, to me, it was life size. I've talked about my Harry obsession. My walls were covered in One Direction posters. My laptop covered in One Direction stickers. I had a Liam doll. I wanted a Harry doll, but I got a Liam one. Niall was your favorite? Niall's my baby boy. That's my baby. That's my child. I named my giant teddy bear after Niall. I love Niall. Well, Niall's Irish, but yeah. But when you talk about One Direction, it's like they're an English boy band, but Niall is Irish. We need that Irish representation. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. I mean to be playing this game. I'm living through my childhood right now. Okay. How old was I when One Direction came out? I was 13. Yeah, I remember this. I remember watching One Direction. Because at the time, it was right before, what was that band called? It wasn't called The Weeknd or something. They had a feud with this other band that I liked, and for the life of me, I cannot remember the name of the band. But they came out first, but then One Direction came out, and I was in honors theater class in 8th grade. We were on the computer in the back, and all the girls were surrounded, and we just watched One Direction, the music video, What Makes You Beautiful. And I tell you, I was like, oh my god. See, Harry wasn't even my favorite person at first. I wasn't allowed to like Harry Styles. I liked Liam. My best friend was like, Harry's mine. Louis's mine. We can share Zayn. Niall's mine. You can have Liam. And I was like, okay. and then one day, I went to church with my other best friend, and the pastor was like, text somebody in your phone something about praise Jesus. And so I did. And my other best friend was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, I don't know, I'm in church with this friend. And she was like, hey, do you want to trade? And I was like, what do you mean? So I had Niall at the time. So we traded, I traded Niall for Harry as if they were like baseball cards. I was happy though. I was like, listen, I don't want Niall like that. I don't feel about Niall the ways that I feel about Harry Styles. something was deeply wrong with me and my friends. Something is still probably deeply wrong with me and my friends. But now my obsessions are K-pop boys, so. Girl, I was doing that with my friends too. We were like, I would trade you Nile, whatever, and like good. And you go back and forth with your little trades, yeah. So at that point, because my friend that I was at church with really liked Liam. And I was like, listen, I got Harry now, so you can have Liam. And she was just okay with that. She was like, yeah, I like Liam. I'm down with Liam. Everything about my childhood. One Direction was my life. And then me and the friend that I traded Niall for Harry with, we had a Tumblr. We had a Tumblr together where we made imagines and like little fan fictions about One Direction. And then when 5 Seconds of Summer came out, we did that too. And now she changed that blog because she had access to it because she was the main person that had it. And now she has a different one. And I have my own. And I have a Wattpad. I have 2 Wattpads, actually. I have one where I have my One Direction fanfiction. And the other one I made with a different friend that I'm not really friends with anymore. And it was a Pierce the Veil, Sleeping with Sirens crack fiction. The things we did. 5 Seconds of Summer was everything. I loved 5 Seconds of Summer. I don't listen to them anymore. Me and Luke we're nemesis. That's my nemesis. Luke is my nemesis. Why is he my nemesis? I don't know. I don't remember, but he is. I will fight him any day of the week. He needs to apologize to me. For what? I don't know, but he just needs to apologize. I love Ashton, but Ashton looks weird now. The only one who looks somewhat normal is Calum. Is his name Calum or Callum? I cannot remember. I think it's Calum. He's the only one that looks normal now. Don't know what's happening with Michael. Do I care? Not really. I never liked Michael. He's okay. I saw them in concert. I did see them in concert. That's why I don't like Luke. Because he sung 18, he didn't hit the high note at the end, and ever since he didn't hit the high note at the end of the song, I was like, Luke, you're my nemesis. Why would you do this to me? Yeah, you got it right. He was literally the first person you started liking. I loved Ashton. Ashton looks too old for me now. He probably was always too old for me. But I mean, now it's not weird because we're like closer in age, but still, he's too old for me now. He looks like an old man and not in the fun way. You seen the concert too? You should have gone. You should have seen me, girl. You're jumping up. You lost your voice for 2 weeks. Honestly, same. And at our concert, I'm so sorry. We should be playing this game, but we're just gonna continue. At the concert I went to with my friend, the song. What is the song? It's the One Direction song. I'm thinking. Zayn had left at this point. Bring Me Down. That song was playing. The music video was playing. I lost my shit. I lost my shit at this One Direction music video playing. Why? 'Cause Harry. Okay, we're done. We're done talking about my obsessive stage as a teenager. We can talk about my obsessive stages as an adult later, though. But cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great, but wouldn't I still be using a home phone? Too bad, it's so far away. I'm gonna say, yeah, but wouldn't I still be using a home phone? My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Oh, then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Probably not all the way in college, unless your parents are just mean. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows, and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. Ugh, hate it. Hate it. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though. You tried hard. You worked. At this point in my life, that's when my depression, like, really took over. So, like, also, I also had undiagnosed ADHD, so things were just harder for no reason. And I didn't know why things were harder. That's the reason I dropped out of college, honestly. Because I had ADHD. I just got diagnosed with ADHD. They put me on meds for ADHD, which really helped me. It really helped me focus. And I was doing really good in school. I had straight A's. And then they're like, actually, fuck you. You don't get accommodations anymore for your ADHD and whatever health issues I was having at the time. Because I have a whole bunch of health issues. I'm disabled. And then they took me off the meds. And I was like, hey, can you guys do something about it? I talked to like my psychiatry and therapist office. They were like, actually, you know what? No, fuck you, die. And then I had to drop out of school. And then a whole bunch of stuff happened. And yeah. I don't think I'll go back to school. Probably not. Not something I really want to do anymore. But yeah. I had undiagnosed ADHD. So at this time, I didn't have to try, but I did have to try, depending on what it was. I'll just pick that one. Coasting by had become routine for you. Teachers had warned you that you wouldn't be able to do that forever, but you figured it was enough for now. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hope to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You're confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. I'm confident my grades will remain fine. You could definitely turn things around from here on. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Hey, I kind of want to be your friend. You seem so cool and pretty. And you like my voice? Thank you. Thank you. We can, I'm trying to think how I want to put this. Not that I don't want to be your friend, but I need to get to know you more before I just become friends with someone. So I do have Discord. I'll drop my Discord link if you would like to join. I'm there sometimes. I try to be there more often. But yeah. You can join my Discord, or I'll let you add me as a friend and we can like get to know each other better first. So yeah. Not right now though while I'm streaming. Like, you can join, but like I will not reply while I am streaming. Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful. I hate going. Come on, it's too scary not to think about. I don't know. What are we talking about? I blanked. No matter how much you wanted to enjoy your free time, the creeping dread of knowing that it would come to an end was always there beside you. I get what you mean. Though, I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great. I hate gym. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. Learning new things can be cool. I agree. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people. I'm glad you agree, Lee. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about the summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I'm gonna spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies, reading. I'm gonna catch up on some TV and movies. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. I did a lot of summer reading in my youth, so I'll be reading. Let me know if you read anything good. What's it scary or sad? Sure. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today. We met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when we all were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone, but especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. All of them? Yeah, he was all of them, wasn't he? He's a little bitch. You want a boy to stay away from... Wait, what? You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Oh my god, is Lee boy crazy? I was boy crazy. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her, same. Hey, who are you to talk? Okay, sorry. I cannot read. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. Does everyone know that I have a crush on Cove? Is that it? You were boy crazy too? It's bound to happen to some people. But now, I feel like my boy craziness was just jealousy. It was a bit jealousy. Sometimes I was a bit jealous of boys. I see how much you like Cove. You got me, haha. Yeah, it's a special case. I don't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. That's a special case. Lee laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. Oh my gosh. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stumping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. The little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any good will this time, it seemed. How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. It sure did. It sure did go on longer than I anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you say goodbye to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. No, get out of my room. I don't think so. You can't have everything in the world. Neither can you. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want to get mine too because you were first? In your dreams, I will get mom's. I'm glaring at her. We're fighting for this phone. She glared right back before whipping around and shouting out your door. Mom! Princess won't give me the phone. It's way past my turn. She hollered back up the stairs. Let Elizabeth have her turn. Sharing is caring. And you only get rights to the phone if you use it responsibly. You heard her. Fine. Lee, I have to go now. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Elizabeth, you can suck my ass. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. I would definitely tell my brother to suck my ass if he did that. Good thing we had our own cell phones. And if anything, I was the annoying sibling because I was always following my brother around. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Some time later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed. I'm curious. What had caused that noise? Honestly though, if that noise had happened to me now, I would have just not did anything. I would have went straight to sleep and have been like, that's none of my business. Whatever caused that noise, none of my business. I do not need to know. Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. But as a teenager, I was a very curious teenager. But not like super curious. Like if the thought ever crossed my mind, then I didn't care to think about it. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Oh my gosh, does he have a boombox too? That was always a dream of mine because I used to watch those movies, those old movies where like the guy would like throw a rock at your window and he'd have a boombox and he'd be playing your favorite song. And I always wanted that to happen, but it never happened. Your house is very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved, then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. Oh, look at you! You changed clothes. Are you okay? What's that face? He released a breath once he was steady. Hi, princess. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Hey, Romeo. This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing. My dreams have come true. No. This is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Thanks. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your mom would have answered and they'd just make me go home. The plural on moms is just so weird to me to say. Can they just be one collective mom? Like, I know they're separate beings, but they're the same, so I'm just gonna say mom. They're all just one. Sounds like a little teenage dream of mine is that he would like someone that I liked or whatever, came to your window and took you away, and you gave something, you came in the room. That's so cute. I want that to happen to me, but that doesn't happen now. It doesn't happen now. I live not with Gil, but when I'm at home, he doesn't come to visit me. And he used to. When we first started dating, he used to visit me all the time. And now what do I get? Nothing. Nothing. It's okay. Our relationship's different now than when we first started dating. We're very much stable now. Not as rocky. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Oh. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cole felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cole suddenly looked very cross. Ooh. Dad. He was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on your parents' phone conversation? Who doesn't? Who doesn't eavesdrop on their parents' phone conversations? I mean, I can't help it because my mom is just naturally loud. But I'm just nosy. I'm nosy. You shouldn't have done that eavesdropping. I'm not gonna tell him that. I would have done it too. Cove smirked at the agreement. Yeah, I don't do it a lot, but I heard them talking about me. Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. What a pleasant smell. There's a pleasant aroma happening, and I don't know where it's coming from. Usually, there's only bad smells. That's what I thought too, but no. That's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. Ooh, that's crazy. That's wild. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. I love Cove's mom. She's a girl's girl. I love her. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across the room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna all be together again, the three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy that they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. Now I feel really bad for feeling this way. You love her too. She's so the sweetest. Princess, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. Oh, don't cry. I see we're crying again. Cry, baby. It's okay. I cry all the time, Cove. Let it out. Let it out. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You don't know what to say. We can deal with this. Together. Cove's expression cleared a little. Thanks. I'm actually really glad I came over to see you. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the new addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Very weird, very, very odd. She should at least stay in a hotel or something. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Princess. The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned. Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. I didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you, too. Aw, thanks. Friendship. Clove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Can I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here, Cole. I got a flashlight and some cards. Start dealing. You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. I cannot play cards. I'm very bad at playing like card games with just like a regular deck. I don't know what it is. It's just the rules are there's too many rules. It's hard to learn. And I just don't care. Let's play a board game. I love board games though. I love board games. I love Life. I love Monopoly. I have this one board game. It's a 2-player board game. It's called Fog of Love. And I make Gil play it with me during special occasions. I'm gonna make him play with me this weekend too. We usually have fun. It's a very fun game. You guys should look it up. It's cool. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. Remember when we had that sleepover and he refused to stay in my room? Crazy, wild. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh, okay, he's close. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him, you put a hand on his shoulder, you patted his back, you hugged him, you shook his hand in yours, you nudged him with your foot. I would do this. My one friend is afraid of feet, and every time I would do that, she would scream, and I thought it was so funny. I'm gonna hug him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cole froze up startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. Why is your mouth open? Close your mouth. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When he pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your casual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cole felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your tan skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight, blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. This is some crazy stuff. This is crazy stuff. Imagine, I don't know, because I said that, like, I was not allowed to have boys over. I had one boy over for, I think, my 12th. It was either my 12th or my 13th birthday. Shout out to him. He was a real trooper. Hope he's doing well. He was really cool. And I had a sleepover that night too, I think. And it was wild. Because obviously he wasn't allowed to sleep over. I told you guys yesterday about my uncle in the snowstorm. So yeah, it's just wild that Cove's in my room. Like, obviously he's not allowed. But it's just wild. It's wild. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on when exactly. You wonder how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your feet and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there. In the morning. Cove! You laughed out loud. You jumped out of bed. You froze. You know me. I'm freezing. Your muscles refused to move an inch, and your eyes widened as you stared at Cove's sleeping form in absolute shock. And if your moms found out he had slept here the entire night, you'd both be in big, big trouble. Realizing quickly that you needed to get Cove out of here before your mom's or Elizabeth walked in and found him, you willed your body to get a move on and swung your legs over the side of the bed. You whispered in his ear, you shook his shoulder. I'm not gonna whisper in this man's ear. That's so creepy. You poked him in the face, you tugged at his hair, you threw a pillow at him. I will poke him though. His cheek felt soft when you prodded it with your finger. You instinctively pulled your hand back when his eyes flew open and woke with a start. You scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back down. He recovered just as quickly and faced you indignantly. What was that for? Shh! What? The situation dawned on him too before he even finished the word. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh, okay. It makes sense to me now. I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Obviously, you need to climb back out of the window. Cove's hand flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. I like his little scar. It looks like a lightning bolt. It's gonna be alright. We're gonna be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before mom hears you. Settle down. Settle down. You know what I feel really bad for this? But whenever I played this, whenever he hit his head, you started laughing. Honestly. I can see that being funny. Maybe it's just because he's tall. Maybe it's because he's tall and I don't like tall people. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand. I thought his eyes were aquamarine. They can't be turquoise and aquamarine. He's 5'4" right now. That's still taller than me. He still counts. He still counts. He's taller than me. Laying on a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. Also, an ad is starting in like 5 minutes. Just giving you guys a warning. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. Embrace? Okay. Okay. He's so tall in step 3 and 4. I'm not ready for step 3 and 4 then. Because he's tall, and I feel like he's about to do some microaggressions against me. Against me being short. As panicked as he was, there seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Like, I don't know how tall you are. But assuming that your partner is taller than you, have they ever used you as a headrest? I had a boyfriend who used me as an armrest. He would put his arm on top of my head and just lean over. And it was just, like, first of all, you're fucking rude. Second of all, why? Why? You're perfect. You can stand up on your own perfectly. You're just being mean. You're being mean. You're telling me right now that it's not that he's like, oh, he's kind of tall. He's a tall bitch. How tall is he? Like 6'7"? Is he as tall as Shaq? Thanks again. You're a good friend, Princess. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. Top of my shoulder? What? Oh, because we're hugging. I was like, why are you near my shoulder? But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In step 3, he's 6, and in step 4, he's 6'4". No. 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 No, thank you. No, thank you. If you're taller, if you're 6 feet taller, do not talk to me. That's all I have to say. I don't want to talk to you. You got problems. You got issues. Why are you that tall? First of all, how dare you? It's really funny because my dad's tall and my mom's tall, but me and my brother are short. So like our tallness skipped. It skipped a generation, obviously. Because my dad's mom is tall, but I've never met my grandpa on my dad's dad, so I have no idea how tall he is. And then my mom was adopted by grandpa, but like my grandma is her biological mom, and I never met any of them either. I met my grandpa that adopted my mom because he died though when I was like 4, but I remember him. I have very specific memories of him. But my mom's tall, my grandma's short, and my great grandma's short. So like I'm taller than my grandma right now, but like barely. I'm barely taller than my grandma. My dad's mom though, I'm not tall. I'm not tall at all. My little cousin though, she's taller than me, and I find that so offensive. I'm like, how dare you? First of all, how dare you? Second of all, how dare you? Like she was so little. I remember when she looked up to me. Your silly feet. Listen. I don't know the conversion for centimeters, okay? You need to Google it into metric. I don't know. The American school system did not teach me well, okay? And you're 5'3"? Oh my gosh. You're taller than me by half an inch. Your family is short. And that's okay. That's okay. My friend, one of my friends is I think she's 5'9". No, she's not 5'9", she's 4'9". And she thinks she's 6 feet tall, and I'm like, why? How do you get that? How do you get... That's like a whole 2 feet you're missing. Your mom was 4'11", your dad's 5'6". Oh my god, you're a cute little family. No pun intended, but I guess pun intended. In a matter of seconds, he climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. You're not growing no more? Yeah, I'm not growing anymore either. I always think that Gil is gonna grow more. I don't know why. Like, for some reason, we're both teenagers in my head, but we're not, and I didn't even know him when he was a teenager. But I've seen pictures. I've heard stories. So every time I see him, he comes home and he wears boots because he works in pest control. And he's always taller. And then like he takes his shoes off and I'm like, what happened? I'm like, oh wait, it's the boots. And then like I still believe he's gonna get taller. I don't know why in my head I'm like, he's gonna grow. He's not. He says he's 5'7". I don't believe him. His license says, because we met on Tinder, he said he was 5'8". His license says 5'7", but I measured him. He is 5'6". I don't care what he says. I don't care what he says. He's 5'6". Nothing, he can't change that. He cannot tell me he's not 5'6", because I got the measure ruler thingy, and I measured him. He's 5'6". Your partner's 5'8". See? Perfect height. That's a perfect height. Love that. Love that for you and your partner. Honestly, I'm not talking shit about Gil like that. Like, I do not care about his height. But I just think it's funny. Like, why are you lying? Just admit the truth. Looks like you're 5'10". Oh, okay. Okay, I see you. You're tall. Maybe you should get knee surgery. Get your knees removed. Be shorter. I asked Gil if he was going to get knee surgery to be taller. He said, why the fuck would I do that? I'm like, I don't know. Why not? Why not? You wished him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested to sneak out the door. Why would I say that? I wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. What is happening with my mod? My mod is like blocking like a lot of your messages, and I don't know why. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. Kinda average, actually. Yeah, aren't people like super tall up in like the northern European countries? Like, technically 5'10" is average height. Like, in America, for men, average height is like 5'10" to like 6'1", and short would be considered like 5'9" to 5'3", and then like the average no, 5'9" to like 5'5". Dutch people are super tall though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like all the like northern European countries have like super tall people. At least that's what I've seen when I've looked up the heightness of people. Yeah, there are dated a bunch of men. You dated a Dutch man. That's what you're saying. Sorry, my brain's not working. He was 6'7". Oh my gosh. Tallest man I've ever dated was like 6 feet. Yeah, he was 6 feet. Hope he's perishing, by the way. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to keep watching. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage and lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. We are 2 hours in, and I'm still technically not on any single moment. I'm just talking a lot. I love this. I love when people talk to me. But also, it's not good for gameplay. You threw out thumbs at his successful climb. Also, I do not mind lurkers. Lurkers make the streams go by beautifully. It's nice to know that you want to be in stream with me, but you don't want to say anything. I really appreciate that. He threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran towards the house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Are we here for gameplay? Why are you saying like you're not here for what are you here for if you're not here for my amazing gameplay? My pro gamer skills of clicking buttons. Well, I mean, that's what everyone does when they play games. They click buttons. But I guess it's like in a strategic way. Who knows? I don't care. I don't really play games like that. I mean, I do. But I don't play games like that, but I do play games. Those are indeed some amazing button clickings. Thank you. Just tapping my little mouse, the left click. Who knows? Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. But thank you for hyping me up about my button clicking skills. I appreciate it. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, you just left. Let's put on my slippers. The floor's probably cold. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy and made you feel better whenever you wore them. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. You're quite welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for being beautiful, Pipisepi. Pipisepi, you're so beautiful. All of you are beautiful. Everyone's beautiful. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Princess? You shrugged it off, you clammed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, you excitedly blurted it out, you folded. Shrug it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicion, squinting, occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Good. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with it. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made, hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. You had a little bit of everything. You passed on some parts, but because they weren't things you liked, you passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal products. There were things I didn't like here. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The parts you did have were tasty. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was perfect. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was yet. Oh my gosh. But you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left it that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of the house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Princess! Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you. A friendly smile plastered on her face. Oh my gosh. It's her. You racked your memory from where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. What do my moms do to be able to afford a nice house like this and country club fees? That's the real question. You had absolutely no idea who that woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Look at her! MILF of the century! Oops, I'm sorry, I was that presumptuous. I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? Look at her, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you've gotten a good look at her. Now, if I'm not focusing on her belt does look like she has a Pokeball dangling right here. It looks like a Pokeball. You cannot tell me different. You cannot tell me
otherwise.
She seems nice, she seems sort of strange, she looked really young. She does look really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She is super pretty. It's one of these. She was super pretty. The beautiful lady was Cove's mother. Wow. No mother. I'm stuck on mother. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. I guess I'll shake your hand. You reached out and took her hand. She shook yours firmly, grinning wide. You always gotta have a firm handshake. You can't have people thinking you're weak out here, okay? That's why I always squeeze the person's hand really tight. Look them dead in their eye. And I let go and I just go straight to the floor. I'm Princess, but you already knew that. Cove mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Princess. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. What's he said about me? Kyra! Woo! Whoop, 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 whoop. We got Kyra in the room. In the house. In the street. In the atmosphere. Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of the door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father. Yeah, that man is tall for no reason. There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. You don't gotta talk about your ex-husband like this, ma'am. You do not have to dog him in front of your son. Unprofessional. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Princess. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered, while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Ooh, all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. Look at her. Ugh, I love her. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door for a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid, Princess, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. Mommy, she's here. A head of purple brown hair caught your eye. A smile popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. I don't care. She will always be Mommy to me. Screw calling her Mom. She's Mommy. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. I'm sorry they all have the same voice. It's a lot of reading for me. It's a lot of reading for me to keep doing different voices. If you want to hear me do voices, check out my Pokemon Violet series. The DLC, I gave Kieran his own voice. Nimona has her own voice. Penny kind of has a voice. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Princess. Cove. What? Oh, hi, Princess. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat. I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Huh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much, Princess went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving. Just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. I'm happy they're letting me go. But then there's sometimes, I don't know if you guys ever done this, but you know, like when your friends ask you to go somewhere and you don't want to tell them no because you're shy. You're shy and you're a child and you don't want to disappoint your friends. So you ask your mom or your dad or your parental figure, who's ever in charge of your life. And you're like, I need you to say no. I've done that before. I have done that before. It happens. It happens. Sometimes you just gotta use excuses. But now that I'm an adult, I have to be an adult. And I can't just be like, actually, my mom said I can't. They'd be like, what the fuck you mean your mom said you can't? Honestly though, my mom has said that to me. As an adult, there have been situations she was like, no. I'm like, what the fuck you mean? Like, no. I'm literally an adult. What do you mean, no? But that's a trauma for a different time. You could tell that Cove really needs the support and you were ready to be there for him. Expect us to be back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here. There's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kara put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. You sound like an area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kara pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Princess? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. If we're going out to eat, I can tell you where I want to go. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Chinese restaurant, the tropical themed place, you insist Cove. I insist Cove contribute to the decision. You're not gonna make me choose things. This is your mom. It's okay, Cove. Tell us which you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for too. With 2 notes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed it was settled. We can go there. Thank you, Princess. You're welcome. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, they should not ask me for directions. They should not. I cannot read a map. I've tried to read a map, and I cannot read a map. We're probably going there from muscle memory, because I see locations. I can see locations, I can get to locations, but I cannot read a map. I don't know why I can't read a map. It's just hard. It's too much going on. That's why I hate when like there's construction and they like don't demolish a building, because I'm like, I needed that landmark to know where I was. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. This is also not true to my character, because I would not be talking this much to my friend's parent. Like, I didn't even know what to call like one of my best friend's parents when I was younger, and I just kept calling her parents my friend's name's mom or my friend's name's dad. And they're like, you can call us these names. And I'm like, can I? But as an adult, I guess I have to now. Or else it's just weird, because like, I'm an adult now. I've gotta grow up. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into a chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Princess? Just water, soda, milk, juice, coffee. Let's get us a pop. Which flavor? Cola, orange, grape, lemon, lime. Lemon, lime. Sure. Get me a Sprite, please. Give me that spicy water. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off Kyra. Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. Princess, what's a few things you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I like to read. Manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. I actually really did like to read manga. I like fiction. Me too, nothing beats curling up with a good book. I like comic books. Oh, just like Cove's daddy back in the day. Okay. Magazines. I was in the magazines at this age. Because, I had to get J14. I had to get J14 because what was in J14? One Direction posters. How interesting. I think we'd get along. Sometimes I read a nonfiction book. I'll bet you know a lot about things then. I had this huge, thick-ass book about Walt Disney. And it got ruined in the flood. Do I like poetry? I don't like reading poetry books. I like to watch, no. Games are fun. I like to play board games. That's great. We should all play a game together sometimes. I like video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. And I write things. Back in my youth, I used to write, like I said, I wrote fan fiction, but I wrote other things too. And it was fun. I miss writing. I'm not the best writer, but it was fun. Little hobbies. A fellow writer. Writing's a great form of expression, don't you think? Kyra sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. Music. I play the guitar. I'm getting really good at it. I play the bass. I like it a lot. I play the piano. We don't have one at home, so I only get to practice when I go to lessons, though. I play the drums. I only get to practice at school and stuff, though. I listen to it a lot. I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on, and I've seen some concerts. Awesome. And singing isn't here. What if I said I'm really into Cove? We should. Carol let out a sudden laugh, and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Princess. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but only Kyra waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. Let's see. Let's go to the beach. Go to the beach, and I look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. And I spend time on art. I'd be drawing. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. I'm really bad at art. I'd be visiting galleries. I like looking at the other people's art, but we only have a small gallery here. I hope one day I can travel to all the big ones. And he didn't say anything else. Thanks, I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was just such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a real... I'm not going to ask her that. I'm not going to ask her these two. These are so rude. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? No, but, Buster has, from Arthur. Pretty sure he lived in Nevada. I remember, he had his own show. You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? I'm not gonna ask those questions. You couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. Boy, if you don't calm down. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him, you smiled at him, you gave him a sympathetic look, you flicked... Yes, I do this to Gil all the time. I'm flicking my straw wrapper at him. The wrapper hit Cove on the nose. You had to bite down on your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally you cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hand and leaned back in his seat. Yeah, Mom. Why would you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks, we are cute. I'm gonna blush. Run a blush. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table. Sorry, my eye itches. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I was going to visit you this year? That you were going to be coming instead? Didn't you invite me? You wanted me to be with you. Cole's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody ever called him Clifford until now. Not him being the big red dog Clifford. I love that movie. If you guys saw the Clifford movie, it was such a good movie. You should definitely go see it. You should definitely go see it. It's a great movie. She smoothed her hair out, and I don't say that lightly. I don't watch a lot of movies, but the Clifford movie was a great movie. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but snarled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. Aw, what a cute moment. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Oh my gosh. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? Oh, okay. You don't have to yell that. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later. Not today. I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, my little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning her way. And thank you, Princess. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Ooh, he thinks of me? Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh and moved her hand down the top end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by the time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. How long? No, because I just feel like that doesn't make sense. Because he woke up in my room, right? What time did he wake up in my room? What time did I go out downstairs? How late was it? I feel like the math ain't mathin'. But eventually you reached the street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Princess too. Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Princess. You too, Mr. Holden. You think that's hilarious? I also think that's very funny. I love that. Give him the cold shoulder. Mr. Holden's a weirdo, but he's like a cool weirdo. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay, we get to do the DLCs. We're gonna do wave. Let me save. I'm gonna save. Let's do wave. The family's shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the truck before you could enjoy the afternoon. I'll be honest, he deserved it because he was the one that was like, oh my god, like my son wants our son to see you, but he didn't. Yeah. It was a surprise. Like that's very shitty of him to do. Like you need to at least tell people. Like I'm not gonna say Mr. Holden's a bad dad, but he's kind of a bad dad. You just don't do that. You really don't. His parenting skills are something to be just like. He's lacking. You cuddled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you. Need help with that, princess? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. No, I've got it. You were eagerly agreed with a nod. You didn't say anything, you finished the job yourself, no problem. That's me, I do that. Like, my mom and grandma, they don't offer, but they're just in the way. They're just in the way. With a quiet grunt, you heave the bag up a little higher to get a better hold on it, continuing your trek past Ma and into the house. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood. Careful, princess. You suggest you saving road trip and soiree for later at the inn? Okay. I will take that. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. My license? To walk? I don't think I need a walking license. Outside, Mom had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze. It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Days like today are my favorite. It's too hot. I wish it was raining. I like when it's stormy the best. I do like stormy weather. You thought the past winter, remembering the nip of cold air that would travel off to sea. It didn't snow in Sunserbird, but being wrapped up in bed listening to the thunder and lightning gave you a certain sense of peace. I'm impressed you can enjoy something like that. That's a good way to think. You smiled at her, turning back to the trunk to help out with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You notice Mom wave over at Cove, who just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit? Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? I'll get him his little swimsuit. Cove instantly startled, not having realized your mom was out. Your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you're the one he looked at. Oh my gosh, he's obsessed with me. He's obsessed with me. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it. Pam, please, go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Mrs. Rogel. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Mom spoke to him, but the rigidity, oh my gosh, came back as soon as he said something. Hi, princess. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might just have been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you there when I'm done. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Alright, I can't this time. Sure. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. This is so cute. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? No, this is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Princess can catch up as soon as they are finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Ma! Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie? Shush, it's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Your family had a surfboard around the summer. You weren't sure what you were going to do. He was surfing. You didn't know how. I do not know how to surf. I'm not even going to pretend that I do. You said the same thing to your parents. While Ma laughed a little, Mom gave you a smile. You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cove must have been so excited to invite you there that he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll go to watch him so he can show off. Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hun. I experienced Princess's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing? Yes, after the very first time. It's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed. Thank you. Wow, Ma. Hey, what are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once, but don't do anything I wouldn't have. I don't know what you would have done. Who knows what you would have done in that situation? You guys are probably wild. Song, welcome in. How are you doing? Don't forget to save and stretch. Got it. Okay. Where's save? Save is here. We shall save. I saved, and I will stretch. Eep. Eep, oop, eep. Stretching. Stretching.
Hello.
No. That hello. I love that hello so much. Like, I have never forgotten that moment. That moment was so funny. Like, why did she do that? Not a hug. Fine. Fine. Just because I haven't gotten rid of the hug, because we're still waiting for Valentine's Day. And by we're waiting for Valentine's Day, I mean Animal Crossing. I'm hoping if I keep the nice decorations up, Animal Crossing will be in love with me. And it'll come back to me. But thank you for the hello, and the stretch, and the save, and the forbidden hug. I will change. The price of this will be changed in the future. Once Valentine's Day is over and done with, it will be changed. At your parents' prodding, you hurry to leave the house and head down to the beach. How are you doing today? What's been going on? When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the air, the ocean air, and felt your tan skin warm in the sun. You notice a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Princess. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. This is the Cove I know. The Cove with no glasses. That's the Cove I know. This Cove with glasses? Suspicious. Why does he have glasses here and not in the other part? Is he wearing contacts? Who knows? I don't. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. Sorry you had to wait. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. Sorry you had to wait. You don't have to say that. It's okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Am I supposed to do while you surf? I'll stay here and watch you surf. I'm gonna find something to do while you surf. I'll stay here and watch you surf. Oh. Okay. Evil twin, stove. Stove? Oh. I get it. Stove. Cove. Evil twin. I understand it now. It has clicked. I have made the connection. I've connected the dots. You're ready to spread out your towel and take it easy. I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you on shore. No, you wanted to go swimming or surfing or whatever. Go surf. I'll watch. I'll make me a nice little sandcastle. Or if you want, you could use one of my other boards I could teach you. You'd rather just watch Cove surf. You accept the offer to hang out on the beach. Let's try surfing. I want to try something at least once. I'll try something at least once before I'm like, you know what, this is not for me. I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool. It was settled. Cove left up the shore and then returned with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. What is this face? What is this face, Cove? Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. I'm splashing him back. I laughed, but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you, and I was following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then, here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He's trying to drown me, oh my gosh. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I know you want me out of the picture, Cove. I know you do. For what reason? I don't know yet, but I'm gonna figure it out. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. You'd push him? I mean, Cove probably knows how to swim. He can surf, right? I've never been surfing, and I can barely swim. I can kind of doggy paddle, and I can kind of like frog swim. I can float though. I can float. I'm really good at floating. But that's about it. I'm not like a strong swimmer. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on the surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you need to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. It's either I would push him or flip him over off his board and be like, haha. I would not do that, because I am afraid of catching a charge, just in case I accidentally kill him. But I would splash him more. Yep, just like that. Little lesson continued, and things clicked with you quickly. It had to go slowly, but you got it. You kind of struggled. It was disastrous. I'm gonna say I struggled. I'm not good at sports. Cole tried as best he could to help you improve. It was difficult for the both of you to work it out, though progress was made. Occasionally, he reached out and touched you to more directly help get positions right. It felt nice. This is weird. It's only weird because I'm being touched and I don't like being touched. If you acknowledge you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant he didn't either. Instead, he stuck by your side in calmer seas to assist with your practice. There was no disappointment on his face over how things played out. Aw, that's nice. Even if you hadn't reached the point of doing any real serious surfing yet, it was still a lot of fun. Many laughs were shared between the two of you. You'd be too scared to even go with him. This is a very sweet moment though. It is, it's so cute. I mean, I would be scared to go with him too. But like I said, I try anything once. So when I went on vacation with Gil like 2 years ago, we were, there was this water slide. He kept going on that water slide so many times, and he said that I had to go on it, and I really didn't want to because like I'm afraid of heights, and like I said, I'm not the strongest swimmer. Also my hair. Back then my hair was permed, I think, and it takes a lot because like when your hair is permed, it's straight. You have to like wash it, blow dry it, straighten it. It's a lot of work to maintain permed hair when you are black. So yeah. I don't want to ruin my hair, but I did, and I went down the slide. It was so fucking scary. I tried to go down slowly like the little kids did. I don't know how he went down slowly. I couldn't. I tried, but then I lost my balance. And I was just like zooming through. It was so terrifying. Oh my god. It was fun, but I'm never doing it again ever in my life. I've done it once. I say and I did it. Never again. Never again. I'm okay. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. What happens if you stay in water too long? Like, I know you prune, but like, what happens if you stay past the pruning stage? Do you implode? You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once over. I mean, it's not my surfboard. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with the other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally, I guess. Perfect for surfing. Yeah, totally. You dissolve? Do you? Okay. The more you know. Do you really dissolve? Is that how that works? I'm curious. I really want to know. Do I want to know? Yes, but am I going to search it up? No, of course not. You know me. I'm not going to search anything up. He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. I do search things up. Let me not say that. It really depends. I have to be in the mood to search. I have to be in the mood to search things up. That's what I'm saying. Okay, let me get back to this game. Sorry. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. That's how Gil acts. He acts like that every time the sun goes down. He's like, oh, the day's over. Everything's ruined. I'm like, what? There's still more hours in the day. Don't you think it should be longer? Fuck no. No, I don't need any days to be longer. It felt long enough to me. Only a stroke could express your feelings on the matter. It felt long enough to me. Cole stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in hot water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. Did I have a wetsuit on as well? Or was I just wearing a regular swimsuit? Why? What is the purpose of wetsuits? Is it so like if you're wearing a certain kind of swimsuit, it doesn't come off when you're surfing? I think that might be it. You'd be really cute in a wetsuit wherever you go. I'm not gonna tell him that. Oh my god. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. Well, we'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. Should I flirt? Should I flirt? Yeah, no. Yeah, I want to do something too. I feel like I'm not there yet. I could tell him he's cute, but I don't want to be like too. I don't want to be too much. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. Jeremy better not be at my park, okay? If he's at my park, I am fighting him. It gets gruesome, but from checking just now, you can gather that your skin suffers a lot from being in the water for a long time. Blisters and stuff? I see. The park! Yes, the park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. Yeah, it's my park now. She passed it down to me. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still here. A little. I'm staying on as long as it is. You dissolve and you turn into a sea dragon? A horsey? A seahorse? You tag along. I'm tagging along. We're besties. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm taking my time and I'm putting it in my bag. You can wait. The two of you finished at about the same time. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. Did he? He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. Just so you know, what am I knowing? What are you about to tell me? What are you about to tell? I want to know. I want to know. Tell me. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. But now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground. He pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. Me could never do the monkey bars. I just could not. It was so hard to do the monkey bars. I could do like the first 3, and then after that, I just dropped. Just so you guys know, and that is about to start in 5 minutes. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars by yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. You stood nearby. I'm taking a seat on the swing. I love me a good swing set. You sat right down on the free seat and started swinging your legs. First slowly, but then you added more power to your kicks. Air rushed past your face and ruffled your hair. You built up enough momentum to let it carry you. It was a lazy arc, not high or fast, perfect for having a conversation. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. Chicken butt. He's not here. Oh, okay. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the 2 of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Oh, I was a little shocked. I was like, excuse me? Excuse me? What happened? Haha, don't scare me like that. One Jeremy's enough. That's not really nice. Funny, but not nice. You don't have to tease him. Parents don't want anything. I'm not about to tease him. I'm gonna be like, don't scare me like that. One Jeremy is enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach, these were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much his joke was just a joke, and how much was a sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. Moving is never any child's choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I don't know. I know you don't think it's dumb. Let the silence stretch between you. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, princess? Yeah, I'm insecure. And my memory is shit. I do have to ask. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Yeah, I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it here. You're not wordlessly? Well, of course. I'm here after all. This is definitely a me answer. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. I'm not telling him that. If anybody's gonna have a big head, it's gonna be me. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. We better get home. I wish days were longer. You chose not to say anything. I'm not gonna say a thing. We're gonna let this silence be nice. Be nice and silent. You sat in the dark in silence. Cove shifted positions so that his back was on the monkey bars and he could look up at the stars. You wondered how comfortable that could be. It's not. Look at the moon. It's so clear tonight. You glanced up and saw a great gibbous moon swirling over the sky. Few clouds covered the sparkling stars above. Too bad we can't stay forever. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You stopped moving your legs and stood when the swing slowed down. The chains rattled and the swing smacked into you a bit, its energy not entirely spent. Cove grabbed the surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. Are you gonna take both of these surfboards back? Because this isn't my surfboard. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. Do you not remember all the times that we were out after dark? At least twice. You could indeed recall it got you sandy. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. His dad didn't do shit. Cove did not grow up with a parent that was parenting. He got away with everything. His dad was not going to do shit to him. He used to need permission for everything. The small comment he made exposed just how much freedom he really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face, as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your homes, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, princess. Bang! It was nice seeing you. This was definitely an interesting experience. Yep. It was definitely an interesting experience. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective homes. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. That was quick. Okay, let's go to the mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. Oh my god, Lee! Hey, girl! After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. Oh, he has a shop? Oh, he has a shop. For some reason, I thought he was a marine biologist. And he did not have a shop, but he has a shop apparently. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. This was the first time you've been here too. It wasn't often you tagged along to hang out with the shop. You spent a lot of time here over the years. It wasn't often I tagged along. Okay, I'm inserting myself into the narrative. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. You were excited to come today. You were in good spirits. It was a pleasant surprise. You felt okay. Not your first choice, but not bad. You weren't happy. Was this really all you were going to do? I feel okay. We're neutral. You and Cove were there recently. It was fine to see the shop, but you wouldn't mind doing something else today. Lee was busy poking through the various sweatsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. Oh, Derek's here. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to keep listening. You decided to join the conversation. You couldn't resist teasing the boys. I'm gonna keep listening. It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with the business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the jaw part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. Cool. The business side, running it, that's my favorite. Oh my god, what if they take over their dad's business? How cute would that be? That would be so adorable. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. Look at Lee. She's so cute. She's so pretty. I like her. I like Lee. When your dads retire, do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison. There's tons of things I do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cole's gaze rolled to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face. I don't know. It's a lot, being a real boss of something and totally in charge. I completely agree. If my moms had their own business, I'd take it over. If my mom's had one, I wouldn't want to take over either. I can't run a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. Then do you think your dads would let me take over his shop? I am not going to insert myself into this narrative. No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Let's boost them up. Derek smelled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, princess. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's gonna be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kyra can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. That'd be hilarious, actually. Kyra laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. There's more? Why is there more? Derek, your dad also has his hand full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home. That's alright, sir. The title sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly. You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon? That's fine with me. Just please, come back eventually. Sometime today, Kyra. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride... Do you think... Is that why they got divorced? Because she was just stranding him places? You had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. It probably did. I would not put it past either of them. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kyra. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Not him. He's stay giving people money. Maybe I can get some money from him. Kyra smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with a free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs, madams, and most respected guests. He left the room with a wink and flares, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kyra silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $5 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall. Did she put the $50 back? Why? Why? Ow, I scratched my nose. I scratched my nose so hard. Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. Oh my gosh, what if Derek and Lee get together? That'd be so cute. I hope Lee gets that hottie. Sorry, I need to take a little break to hydrate. There wasn't a mall in your hometown. Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunsetburg. It might be possible to find a mall out here. You felt pumped? You felt okay about that? You didn't really want to go there. One thing about being a teenager, you have to live at the mall. You have to live at the mall. The mall is the place to be, and if you're not there, you're not cool. Heck yeah. Let's go. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and the blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You decide to stick up for Cove, you decide to jokingly complain at the special treatment, you were fine with that? I'm fine with it. I don't give a fuck. You got shotgun in your own car a lot. It made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Really? I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded. Derek, such a sweetie. Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car. Buckling in, Kyra turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. You were into it, you didn't like it, you asked if the radio station could be changed. You know what? I'm into it. I'm into a little bit. Some of the top 40 songs are just terrible, awful. I never want to hear them again. But then sometimes you get a good bop in there. And I'm okay with that. I personally do not listen to the radio. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. Who am I listening to a lot recently? Paramore? They did just have an album come out, like, a few months ago. Pierce Bell did too. Ariana Grande, I think, has a single out. I think she's making a new album. Who knows? I don't know. Pierce Bell would never be on a pop station. Paramore, though. Paramore would be on a pop station. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. But after driving in enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. Girl, where's your GPS? I know they had GPS back then. You cannot tell me you didn't. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into the parking spot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what the mall actually had. Yo-Yo, America, Friday, sell 20 to 50%. Ooh, what are these? What does that say? I can't read. Where should we go? I think I see a makeup store up ahead. I was not allowed to wear makeup, so this does not matter to me. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. Derek's smart. We like Derek. Derek is smart. I would also be eyeing up that directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait. And we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes. Do you? We've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. I do make it a priority to go into game stores because you never know. You never know what kind of jewel you'll find there. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. This again? You and these fish. I'm joking. It's totally cute. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. The bookstore. What about you, princess? A clothing store, accessory shop, the makeup store, the video game store, the chocolate shop, the pet store. I don't like going to the pet store because I don't like seeing the little animals there. It makes me sad because I can't take them all with me. Art supplies, a music shop. I want to go to a music shop. And I want to go to a bookstore. And I want to go to the food court. And I want to go to the video game store. And I want to go to a chocolate shop. And I want to go to the clothes store. And I want to go to the accessory store. And I want to go to the makeup store. And I want to go to the art supply store. And that's all. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah! I have my own subs I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. I was doing Lee's voice. We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay. Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kyra walked off. When she was almost off sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool! We can do whatever we want! You were happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. You felt unsure about the situation. Was this really okay? You felt okay about the situation. You were unhappy about it. This was not what you had in mind. What an amazing opportunity. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip. Where are we going first? Time's a wasting. Whatever's closest. Things are coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, princess? Did everybody bring money with them? Yep. I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You left all your money at home. The original plan was only visiting Mr. Holden's store. You didn't have any money at all since you always end up spending it when you got it. That sounds like me, honestly. I always have money with me, just in case. Immediately you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. It's so difficult at the mall though. Like if I go to the mall, the money that I do have, I can't spend it. I don't have enough because everything is so expensive nowadays. So I only usually get stuff from the food court. I only get food because that's the only thing I can afford at the mall. There are many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into the music shop, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It is decorated in wind chimes and various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he just kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of a booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. I'm just looking. I don't really like them. You wanted one, but for someone else, you didn't want one. I'm just looking. It's called window shopping. It's nice to check stuff out. Lee hummed in agreement and then stared past the booth. Following her gaze, you saw the boys were already wandering too far ahead. Let's go. After leaving another store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk. Ew, I hate smoothies. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need the rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries, then I'll add the ice in the store's special smoothie base mix, and then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. That's only one size. There's only one size. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. You got the worst smoothie, Cove. You got the worst smoothie. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course. I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine, thanks. The shopkeeper looked at you, sorry. I don't want one, thank you. I'm not getting anything. At that, the others went ahead and paid for their drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready. Derek just has so much energy. Why is he not at like sports practice or something? I'm so surprised that he's not involved in a sport right now. With his like football jersey. He's so cute and small and tiny. I just want to hug him. He's so cute. This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango's too delicious. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. I'm glad they had fun with their smoothies. I don't care. I don't care about their smoothies. I hate pulp, so I hate smoothies. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Ooh, the little children toys. I love these. I can't fit on them, but those are so fun. They're so cute to look at. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. Me and Derek can probably ride them because we're so tiny. I want to ride. I think we might be too big. No way. We're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. You thought his idea was childish. You wanted to ride too? I want to ride too. Let's go. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. Lee leaned in closely and whispered playfully, while pointing directly at the sole machine made for a pair. You should ride that with Cove. Mind your fucking business, Lee, okay? I disagree. It's too crazy. It's too soon. Absolutely not. Trust me, it's a brilliant idea. I call the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. Okay. Derek is so cute. Oh my gosh. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? That is what you need to make $1, yes. Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any, because I don't carry change, first of all. You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Why don't we all get on one ride? Couldn't we exchange dollar bills from quarters at the store? Derek slapped a hand to his cheeks, eyes wide. Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. Okay. Derek, why aren't you out here thinking big-brained? I have more expectations from you. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. There was no wiping the smile off your face. Despite the little hiccup initially, the plan to hitch a ride was coming together. Let's get this over with. We have the coins. Cheer up, man. It's gonna be good. Yay! There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked a horse, the one with a motorcycle, a single-seat car, the double-seater car by yourself. The double-seated car you brought Cove. You know what? Let's do it. Let's bring Cove. Why not? Cove, you can sit with me. He gave a bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out. Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Alright. Lee winked at the 2 of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. We definitely broke this. We're definitely getting sued by them all. Looks were exchanged across the way and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. As the machine began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. This is so cute. This is what being a child is supposed to be like. Freedom! Freedom! Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter. And Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You were quickly regretting your decision to do this. You waved back, you stretched over to grab Lee's hand, you tried to encourage Cove. You personally just sat quietly on your ride. I would 100% try to reach over to grab Lee's hand. Grinning, you leaned forward and reached as far as you could. For a moment, a shot of panic went through you as you thought you were about to tumble off the ride, but you hung on with your free hand and balanced yourself. Be careful! I'm trying! Your rides were sinking up in the movement. Almost there, your efforts were rewarded when you caught hold of her hand. We did it! Yeah! It was a battle to keep together as the rides went backwards. The 2 of you kept almost being accidentally pulled off your seat by the other, but that made it more fun. This is so cute. I love this. Soon, all rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of the machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Oh my god, are we dumb? We are dumb. We are. It's okay. It's okay to be dumb. Everyone's heads moved that way and you saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kinda dumb. We have to be to miss this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places to open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here! You move along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Leah ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by. Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know. She's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. Oh, here she is, MILF of the century. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. She probably went to go get a massage and get her nails done and get her eyebrows waxed. I get it. I understand. I do that when I go to the mall sometimes too. They don't have any though. The mall that closed near me. I'm thinking. It was such a nice mall, and you could like go there and get stuff done. I think I got my ears pierced with the Claire's there. I think. But they closed it down. They tore everything down too. And now they're building, I think they're building a factory there. But then there's the mall that's near Gill. We go there sometimes. It's kind of lame. I don't really like it there. Anyway, despite having vanished for the entire trip, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming over waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. You really enjoyed your day. You thought there were ways it could have been worse. You did enjoy the outing. I really enjoyed my day. I had fun on the little baby ride. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here. I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Okay, well, what about dinner? What are we having for dinner? Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. You weren't pleased about that? She didn't have to lie. That was actually pretty slick. You weren't sure about that? It seemed kind of sketchy. You found it hard to put a finger on exactly how to react. You never had a problem in the first place with her staying with you today. It felt pointless to you, but it wasn't something worth getting worked up over either. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car, started heading back to the store. Christ. The drive went by without any problems as it filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering this time Kyra knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was here. Hey, sport. Did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yes. He found the mall. The mall? Wish I could have joined. Too bad. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders slopped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. Then he pulled himself together, standing up straight. I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a little bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden. We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kyra nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Princess? All right. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. What does the ocean smell like? I have not been anywhere near the ocean since I was like 10. I do not have a recollection of what the ocean smells like. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too. Right? I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often, you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped by his side. You could taste the salty sea. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. I really do like looking at the waves. I want to live there in the ocean. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze toward the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here. Hey, come on! You looked over at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks at the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. What a cute little moment. Let's do growing. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. Your moms, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table. I am perched on the arm of the couch. Connecting to chat. You should already be connected. Elizabeth had claimed the entire couch for herself. It was too hot to argue over the space, so you didn't bother. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. I wonder if she still does golf. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine and she'd barely been flipping through and frowned concerned. Could you have strengthened them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped into her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell this was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. Is she just that insufferable? She's just that insufferable you can't imagine her with a partner? She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way! I am not talking to my moms about that. Well, who else are you going to talk to it about? You're going to need to have the sex talk eventually, Elizabeth. And it should come from your parents. She's going to be out here pregnant by next year. I can feel it. I can feel it. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hands came up to rest against her chest. Mom only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't. I can't listen anyway. But I can listen anyway. Mom started at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone. Thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. We watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. We love to see the bisexual representation. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. That's so cute. That's so cute. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Oh, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You laughed at their antics. She thought the mom was very sweet. I think it's very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms express their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. It is. Growing up in a broken home, this is nice to see. Ma looked back to you. Letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze, she settled down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. The offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. You blushed fiercely. You also elbowed her. Ma, I don't have someone. Yeah, that's true. When I was younger, if I had a crush, I could not shut my mouth about them. I still can't. Everyone's gonna know that I like someone, and I'm making it everyone's problem. Ma giggled and smiled, no doubt pleased that you admitted it so readily. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks, you nodded silently, you shrugged. You don't have to worry about it. I'd rather pass on all that. Let's just say thanks. Thanks. I'll think about it. Good, that's all we asked for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now Princess. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. I still don't understand what this is, but it's here. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window. Since it was hotter outside, you'd probably just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing all right, but it was weird thinking about how you were now, in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, not that I'm talking about my body. Was getting so muscle definition nowadays, was chubby, was slender, was heavyset. When I started growing up, I had really bad body dysmorphia, and I still do. I was not fat though, and I thought I was. So I'm gonna say I was slim. I wasn't chubby. I was actually pretty slender. Delivered. Hold on. My shit's here. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. That means I can test out Animal Crossing. No, I'm not gonna test it like right now, but after we finish the story, I might test it out. Just give me a few seconds to go get it. It's snowing outside, so hopefully it doesn't get snowy. Where the fuck did it go? I think someone stole my package. I think someone stole my package. I'm reporting this to Amazon. I don't see it. Let me continue. I'm really upset right now. I need this fucking shit. I checked the mailbox. It wasn't there. Let me fucking continue, Amazon. They won't let me continue. I'm upset. I'm upset. Where the fuck is my package? It's not here. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. No. Apparently it showed up at 1:32. Where's my package? I understand it's snowing outside, but the package should still be there. I checked the mailbox. Guys, I'm gonna go on BRB real quick. I'm gonna go search for this package because this is important. Okay, I'm back. I went outside. I went outside the first time when I thought the package was stolen. I went outside, I looked, didn't see it immediately. Because where the guy said he left the package, it was not there. You know what happened? It blew away. It blew away because it's snowing. And they put it in recycled paper. I was like, why the fuck did you do that? Why did you do that? It's snowing, it's wet. Why would you put it in the mailbox? Why would you leave it on the front door, you fucking idiot? But you know what? They don't pay him enough to do that, so I don't blame him. But fuck Amazon. Anyway, this cord that I need for my other capture card is here. So once I'm done with this moment, I am going to go BRB. And I'm gonna test to see if my capture card works with this. And if not, then we will continue playing this. But if it does, then we will switch over to Animal Crossing. Okay? So let's finish this, and then we'll see what we need to do. Thank you guys for being so patient and understanding. Because I was about to cry. Tears were about to flow. Okay. You shift it to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Why are you making me do this? Why are you making me think about my body? You were assigned female and you were assigned male and you were born intersex. I was not born intersex. I was born female. What you were born as impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. When it came to your figure, at 13, I had D cups. I had D cups at 13. That's how much my body grew, and I hated it. Everything was so much. You aim not to have breasts through hormone therapy. I wish I could have been offered that. My parents still don't know that I don't like using female pronouns like that. I prefer they, them, but I allow she, they, and I allow he, him. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like they want to be progressive, but they don't get it. And right now, my mom, she thinks she's an ally. She's not an ally. The way, I told the story before, my mom, she's so fucking backwards. And my dad is homophobic. Like, in the literal sense of being afraid of gay. Not, like, hate. I don't know. Does he think he's gonna catch it? You can't. But they tried their best. I know I'm making excuses for them. But they try their best. It's not good enough, but, you know, they're trying. So, yeah, I don't even, like, do anything now. I try to correct them. Because I have a friend who goes by she, they pronouns. They prefer they. And every time my dad talks about them, I have to correct them. I have to correct my dad. It's a whole thing, so it's like, whatever. Anyway. There was no mistaking it, nah, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had big boobs now. Yep. You can finger over your birthmark. There was something that'd been consistent for you. I know. This birthmark is not going away. This big ass birthmark. You took a step forward. You took a step backwards. Finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered. Yeah. So if you were here before I did my little remodel of my character, my model artist, bless her heart, love her. Great artist. She gave my my model big boobs because I have big boobs. I got a reduction last August. They're still big, but not as big. Wish they were smaller. And I was like, I opted not to have like them to be so noticeable this time. Cause I don't want people getting the wrong idea. Like, you can have your boobs out and not be lewd, but like, it's less likely to happen if you don't have your titties out. So yeah, I had to put my titties away. Can't have the creeps out here. I mean, they'll still be out here. They're always out here. But yeah, I was like, I don't want them. I thought about getting a binder. My friend has a binder, and they say it's not comfortable. But Honestly, maybe I just need to lose more weight. Maybe I just need to lose more weight, and then like my boobies will shrink more. You thought you looked fantastic. You didn't look too bad. You had no idea how you feel. You were simply neutral. You were self-conscious. You wanted to look different than you did. I was also very self-conscious, and I also wanted to look different than I did. You broke eye contact with your reflection, your gaze falling to your feet. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts on what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Princess! There's a call for you. Cove wants you to come over. Is that alright? You perked up at the words. Sitting up in bed, you yelled back to her immediately. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You nodded to go down. You needed to go downstairs anyway. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hips against the kitchen counter. Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Mom clicked her tongue to clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Cove stayed causing trouble. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Princess on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that they do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Princess to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call they'd make then? Oh, you can guarantee 100%. I'm down. It's Cove. I'm down. We're besties. That's bestie. You can't let your bestie just do stuff alone. Yes, we can, Pamela. Princess would do whatever Cove wanted, and I don't regret a single thing. Lonnie? Your mom giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is I haven't forgotten the time when they were kids and Princess chased after Cove once he ran away. What a good time. And there was that time he snuck out in the middle of the night when Cove was supposed to sleep over. What? Do you know about that? I didn't know they knew about that. I thought we got away with that. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise and waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. I didn't expect you to come down already, Princess. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You printed you do. I'm calling Mom out. Hold on. No, you're not gonna talk shit about me and my friend. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Oh, you got caught, fam. You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told the princess directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. All right, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too. We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped out aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, with a low five, with a nudge to the soldier, with a noogie, with a hug. You reached over and nudged his shoulder. Cove rocked to the side a bit and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. There is a break coming up in 5 minutes. Just letting you guys know. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Is something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. That is so cute. That is so cute. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. You thought that was really sweet? How'd you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans, you know that made sense to you. I was thinking the same exact thing. You thought that was really sweet. It's so sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you, in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case with Cove. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head. I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Breakfast. Yeah, I like that sometimes too. I get like that sometimes too. You should really eat properly. You didn't eat at all, but you gotta have something now. Great. You can eat lunch. You didn't eat at all. You gotta have something now, buddy. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Ah, okay. As one, you head into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there anything cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of a break, after a bit of a back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. I don't want a sandwich. I don't want a sandwich I have to make myself. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached the mixed grains, then made your decision. I want a pita pocket. Wait, hold on, we have cinnamon swirl bread. Oh well. You pulled out the pita pocket too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. For lunch, I guess I'll go with the savory sandwich. Something savory would make it a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, it has to be ham or turkey. There's not like chicken slices? Okay. I guess I'll go with turkey slices and lettuce and red onion and pepper jack. And then move to condiments. For the finishing touch, you decide to top your sandwich with none of these. None of these. I guess I'll go with ranch. And that was everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You were focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. This man stayed eating bananas. I don't know how I feel about that. I hate bananas. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. It seemed weird. You would have done at least some things differently. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him at least. Done? Yeah. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded, you were enjoying your soup, you shrugged, it was okay. You scrunched up your face, did not turn out as expected. It's okay, it's an okay sandwich. You had better sandwiches, but you'd had worse ones too. This one would do. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Wanna do something? Do what? What do you mean do something? You said you came over here to do nothing and now you want to do something? What's wrong with you? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. You grudgingly humored it. You thought it was a nice idea. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. We could play tic-tac-toe. Sometimes I did that. Sometimes I play tic-tac-toe with Jax. I'd always win, but still. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping half a slice of sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. What is this? What is going on in your brain, Cove? Are you okay? Finally, he put empty lines on the paper and signified spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. See, 3, 3, 4. Well, it's not I love you, so. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter a letter of the alphabet. Give me an A! You got one. Oh my god, they're letting you play actually? Oh my god. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching it, and everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. And I care why? Cole smiled crookedly at that. Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, okay, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on the opening on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in the police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed in silence, the both of you thoughtful, and the Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in laughter anyway. I don't know what that is. Me neither, I just saw it. Enter a letter. Give me a T. Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. Ugh. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Hey now. Talk about my floor. I'll charge you rent then. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we're both stuck here forever then. I'm sticky too. No way. I'll pull you off if I have to. Guess I'll have to charge you rent. Yeah. How much? $50. I can't afford that. Well, you gotta pay up if you want to stick around. Honestly, I was thinking the same thing. Cove shook his head at your terrible pun and went back to the game instead of answering it further. Oh my god. That pun just clicked. Stick around because he's sticky. Why am I slow? Then you return to the game. Enter a letter. Give me an E. Yep, that's right. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Oh, that is rooted in racism. Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I always wonder about it. I'll have to look it up later. It's a really old game. No one's sure where the name came from. Oh, I'm pretty sure where the name came from. I'll look it up later. Maybe I'll do that too. That said, the two of you turn your attention back to the game. Give me a G! No, sorry, I'm gonna start adding a little person. Don't add a little person, no! At this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, and now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we get downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Enter a letter. What did I say, G? Give me an I. That's a point for me. No! L. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose. Nope, not that either. Gotta add an arm now. O. Okay. That's another one. N. Oh, I might win this. Stop! I wanna win. R. You're really close. U. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh my god! 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 C. You're definitely gonna get it. Oh my god. You're cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long selling when he started. Oh my god. Yes! A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day, on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer. Then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile setting awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It was all I could think of at the time. You covered your face bashfully. You gave him a playful shove, still in disbelief. You stayed where you were, unable to move. You fell backwards onto the floor from your sitting position. You wrapped your arms around him. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna blush. We're gonna blush. Suddenly you had trouble meeting his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flushed features from his sight. You didn't say anything. No, you're cute. Thank you. I can't believe you. Damn, Cove. What if it's not a small squeak? Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and you saw yourself staring back. Oh my god. Guys, this is... Oh my god. Did you mean it? Do you think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I knew it would say it. You haven't played the DLC. I don't think the story's in the DLC. This might be DLC. I don't remember which one this is. But I'm in shock. I'm shook. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever. I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You frowned, a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation, tried to be supportive. Oh, maybe you did see this? It is possible. It is possible. I don't remember this. Because when I was doing this, I was at the fondness level with Cove and not at crush level. So I think he said something different. He might have said the same thing, but I do not remember. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought. If the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? Not him trying to suss out who I like. He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered this question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? At this age, no. And I had a friend later in life, because we were friends in like middle school. And she was like, oh, I always thought you were bisexual. And I was like, how did you? Okay. I wasn't. I'm not. But then a year later, I was like, yeah, I am. Actually, I'm not. I'm actually demi. I'm pansexual demi-romantic. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? I thought it was just guys. At the time, I was heavily closeted because I wasn't sure if I really liked Demi Lovato or if I wanted to be her. And the answer was yes. I really like Demi Lovato. I think they're so fucking hot. But also, I would like to be them. Amazing, talented, beautiful, sexy, outrageous. Every synonym in the dictionary in the world in the thesaurus. I'm in love with Demi Lovato. You have that bisexual smell? What does bisexual smell like? Also, you're pansexual and gender fluid? Hey, look at us. Gender fluid together. Look at us go. Ah. I hit my desk and I hit my headphones at the same time. What does a bisexual smell like? I really want to know. I want to know if I have that bisexual smell. Okay, but at this age, again, I was heavily closeted. Me and my brother both had a crush on Demi Lovato. We're starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You seem to only be physical attraction in specific cases and situations. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Like, you know, like when people make those ships and they're like, they're holding hands and then like both of them are blushing wildly. That was literally me. Like, the thought of holding my crush's hand made me so shy. Like, I would get like so embarrassed. Like, I didn't have my first kiss until I was 20, okay? So just like holding hands was like a lot to me because I wasn't allowed to date. And then I had my first date and I didn't kiss that guy. But he was telling me how like his coworkers expected like him to get laid or something. And I was like, yeah, that's not happening. And he just kept talking. So I just kissed my hand and I kissed my hand and I put that hand over his mouth so he would shut up. Like, there you go. And I left. I got out of his car and I left. I was like, I can't do this. That was the worst date I've ever been on, by the way. Actually, you know what? That's tied. That date and one of the dates I went on with my first boyfriend, they're tied. Nope, they're not. That date was the worst date. I thought it wasn't. Okay, let me go up, let me scroll up and read these. You're bisexual until you turn 17 and then you're like, oh, maybe I'm pansexual because I do like anything. Yeah, I feel that. You don't know, maybe chocolate chip cookies? I would love to smell like chocolate chip cookies. Actually, I want to smell like candy. That's a smell that I always wanted to smell like. I feel like candy is such a pleasant smell to smell like. You're not really tied down to a boy or girl or anything. Yeah, that's the same way with Gil. He's also a part of the LGBTQ plus community, but he doesn't like to claim that he is, but he is. He is not tied down to like things. He's like, I just want to put a label on it. And I'm like, okay, cool. You don't have to put a label on it. I'll put one on it for you. You're pansexual, trans guy, non-binary feelings. Sometimes I feel that. I feel that. Streamlabs, you were just talking. Just talking. Yes, candy for you. I always wanted to smell like candy. And I had One Direction perfume, and it smelled so good because my friend gave it to me. And then I wore it one day, and this girl, she was so fucking pretty. But she had a boyfriend. And you know, all the pretty girls have like the most mediocre looking boyfriends. And like, I didn't want to be a hater. But she was so pretty. She was like, oh my god, you smell so good. I was like, oh, you wanna wear it? It's One Direction perfume. She's like, really? Just like, I was like, yeah. And so I let her wear it. I was like, oh my god. She talked to me. I was like, where is my remote? I'm using a mouse. I was looking for my my Joy-Cons. I'm not using those right now. Your partner is non-binary and pan. We love to see it. We love to see it. Gil's a man, but he's not straight. Sometimes he lets me call him my girlfriend because I'm monogamous. But sometimes I'm like, I want a girlfriend. He's like, okay, I'll be your girlfriend. I'm like, okay. I just like attention. Like, I could not be in a polyamorous relationship because I get jealous very easily. So I'm just like, okay, got me a girlfriend now and a boyfriend. Ooh, look at me. It's just him. Understandable, yeah. Your partner goes by they, he, but mainly they. Gil, honestly, if you talk to Gil, he'll allow you to call him any name ever. And I'll call him like the weirdest fucking name sometimes, and he'll answer to that. And I'm like, why? Like, before me and him started like dating officially, and I sent a picture of him to my best friend, and they were like, he looks like a Trevor. And I'm like, why would you say that? And I told him that, and he was like, why? I don't see it. I don't see it. You can't do poly relationships anymore, they're too much, bro. And then like people have their favorites. Yeah, I would definitely have favorites. I'd either have favorites or I'd be incredibly jealous. Like, oh, you are not giving me enough attention right now. And then it starts getting toxic, and then people go against each other and stuff. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Anyway, what am I feeling here? You only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. There was only one person you'd ever had those kinds of feelings for. Well, that's not true. But it has to be specific situations. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases and situations. You know what I think it is? I think I was just very delusional. And so I saw these guys as like potential friends. And I think that's why I was attracted to them. I mean, I will admit, I'll be the first one to admit I am a little delusional. And I do recognize it sometimes. I told the story before, but it was like probably like way before Song was even here, where I was on Tumblr and I found out Chin from EXO had a baby, and I was like so shook because I was like, why the fuck am I finding out like this? Why didn't he like tell me himself? And then I had to pull myself back, and I was like, how the fuck would he be able to tell me that, for one? Two, who the fuck do I think I am where I have that connection? 3, this man has a whole wife now and a child. What the fuck is wrong with me? Sometimes you gotta pull yourself back from your delusions. Like, it's okay to be a little delulu, but then when you're being too delulu, you gotta be like, okay, no, calm down. Your poly relationships were all toxic. I'm so sorry that your relationships were toxic. You might be open to poly relationships, but you don't know. I think it just depends on the circumstances and the people. I'm open to the idea of just one partner or several at least. We'll see. Yeah, it's something you definitely have to discuss with like your partner or partners, because it's not for everyone, but it is for some people. Listen, I see you giving that thing. I understand, okay? I get it. I'm in treatment, okay? I'm in treatment for my delusions. You were starting to have a romantic attraction in general, right? You seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases. You don't think you could tell if you had interest in romantically? I think it's just in a general way at first when I was that age. The first party relationship, poly, that's what you meant. You ever, was your partner, your first partner, basically, like, oh yeah, they're partners now. You didn't get to say, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. You definitely should never be forced to be in a poly relationship. That's definitely something you both have to agree on. You're kind of young, so you just allowed it. I'm so sorry. You're listen, it's okay, song. It is okay. You don't have to apologize. I understand how crazy I came off in that moment, and I had to pull myself back, okay? Sometimes I can pull myself back, and sometimes I can't. And that's what Gil's for. He's there to be my working brain. He has the brain cell most of the time. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a guy. You were physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. You generally weren't interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. Yeah, sure. And how you felt towards girls? You found them at this age. I was like, yeah, girls are really pretty, but I didn't think, like I said, I was in the closet, not knowing I was in the closet, but I never considered being with the girl. For people who aren't exclusively male or female, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy. Yeah. Listen, if you fit a certain aesthetic to me, I will 100% be attracted to you. It does not matter what you identify as. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. You know what, Cove? I'll let you know since you're my bestest friend in the whole world. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. It was kind of nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. And you knew he accepted you for who you were, but you still wonder what he thought about who you were. I am curious. What does he think? Hey, what do you think about how I am? I'm not the gender people thought I was when I was first born. Oh, you held your breath as Cove processed what you said. Aw, that's nice. I think everyone is different when it comes to how they are, and they're different in different ways. It's nice. It was a very simple statement, but you felt good hearing it all the same. What are you thinking about it? What are you thinking about it? I mean, are you okay? He leaned a bit closer and peered into your face. Don't do that. It seemed that your question might have made Cove start to worry about you. I don't think I feel that different from how other people feel. I feel good. I'm not sure. I feel kind of bad. Like something doesn't fit right. I can't bring myself to answer. The look of concern remained on Cove's face, but he didn't pry. It's okay. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Sorry for asking. Thanks, Cove. He answered quietly, but it was heartfelt. You're welcome. Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman. You did this. You started it, Cove. You should have never said I was cute. Now look where we are. But it was good, I think. I think so too, you shrugged. It was awkward. The conversation had a mind of its own. I'm just gonna nod quietly. Cove chuckled a little bashful. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you gone to make any progress on your artwork recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pull yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out here than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Oh my gosh, it's my hill! This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. You do? That's surprising, you said jokingly. Your opinion sure has changed since you were fresh on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. I'm gonna tease him. Cove chuckled, not even attempting to not deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, princess. You're really important to me, you know? You blushed at the statement. I feel the same. That's so nice of you to stay, you smiled. You're so sweet. You're special to me, Cove. You're special to me, Cove. You're my special little buddy. His voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Oh my god, come here. Look at us go. Look at us go where? I don't know. To the bank? Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Okay. Yeah, that was not DLC. Okay, I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna put it on BRB, and I'm going to check. I am going to check. Let me get to it. I'm gonna check to see if this cord works with my current capture card, and if it does, then I will end stream, and then I will be like real quick. I'll be back real quick. But if it doesn't, then we'll just continue back where we are. So give me like a few minutes, okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. Mwah. Okay, we're back. We're back, baby. We're good. Animal Crossing came through. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, so I'm gonna end stream. I will be back. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes, and we're gonna do Animal Crossing. Hope you guys are excited. Okay, bye. Thank you. Love you.